Hello again, Twitch. I am AZ Lincoln. You are not, and neither are many of these people. These are the Links of Legend. Say hi, Links of Legend.
Hey guy.
Hello, Links of Legend.
We'll do character introductions soon. But hello, everybody.
Hi.
I think this needs to be just a wee bit bigger. There we go. Beautiful.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
What?
When did the broom officially become a character?
When Bonza decided to name it Broomhilda.
That's Broomhilda.
Ah, it looks like Plank.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
That's the point.
Do I get points for that?
I'll give you one. How about that?
I'll take it.
Hi.
All right. So we've got Madam Geek as Bonza the Bitter. You can check her out here. We have Too Tall Tanner as Dardar Galish. I don't have a button for Tanner yet. Shout out Tanner. Let's shout out Tanner. So, as mods shout out Too Tall Tanner, I will introduce Too Tall Tanner. He is one of my best friends from some workies and just in general a fun motherfucker to be around.
Oh, shucks, you're gonna make me blush.
And we will not be able to see it, at least on my stream. I believe
mine.
Too Tall Tanner is also streaming this as well at the same time, so...
I am!
Yes! Go check that out as well. Multi-tab us. I don't know. Something.
Multi-stream
If it's
fools.
only the two of you streaming, I can make a multi.
And then it's me as Mr. Kitty Cat Darth Maul. And then next to me is Flashlight Antics, who
Hello.
will be eventually streaming again.
Soonish.
Soonish. So let's get a shout out for him as well, if possible. Madza
Everybody
Madza.
get the shout out.
And then, next to Flashlight Antics, our DM, with these glorious mutton chops, we have Ironclad Beef, who I don't believe really streams, which is a shame.
For now.
For now. Next to Ironclad Beef, clad in white, wearing a hood, and those glorious, sultry eyes, we have White Bandit.
Hello.
And White Bandit, I don't think you've streamed in a while, but White Bandit has
I got no
also
internet.
streamed previously.
Hey, Raptor beat me to Tiny.
Oh, you can also do exclamation tiny. So what the fuck?
Journey continues.
Yeah.
Who resubbing? Why you resubbing?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Tanner. Thank you.
Me.
Much preach. And then next to White Bandit, we have Tiny. Double X Tiny, Double X Zero. So
Oh,
Tiny is a streamer as well. So yes, go check all of those futhermuckers out and do the whole Twitch thing for them. Also, this glorious ass music in the background. New
You're
phone
welcome.
struggles.
Raptor, how are you liking the new phone? I just realized I'm gonna try to find a way to make Broomhilda illuminate when I'm talking as well. She's great.
I put a multi-Twitch link in chat.
Oh,
nice.
dope. Thank you.
Yes, Bandit beat me.
And Bandit is my my very first subscriber, so thank you very much, my friend.
Very much appreciate that.
Whoop whoop.
Woot and the woot.
New phone struggles.
Okay, so last time on the Links of Legend, we went to the Dragon's Hoard and we picked up a bunch of magical items. And the goblin at the Dragon's Hoard is now helpful toward us and has first right and refusal of anything we bring in to sell. we met an elf named Lossian Darland, I believe that's how that's said, at the Gilded Griffin Tavern. And that is also where we met Mr. Dardar Galish, and he has joined our party since. Lossian... Yeah, new friends. Lossian then told us that there have been attacks in the middle portions of the city by the Knights of the Emerald Claw, which is a terrorist organization from Karnath. Lossian has an informant that was also from there that he asked us to go and contact. So, basically, he hired us to find his contact and attempt to put an end to the Emerald Claw that may or may not be pursuing him. So, we went to that meeting area and found this contact dead. We then... Very dead, yes. We then fought and killed the Emerald Claw soldiers. The last one said, and I quote, "I am no longer needed here, but retribution is coming to all of you." And then he threw himself over a ledge and fell, presumably to his death. But in Sharn, jumping off a building doesn't exactly mean you're going to die.
I would have done the same thing, seeing that one of my friends just had his face bitten off by a lizard man.
There was a book on the body of Lossian's contact, and we opened it after carving open this dude's stomach to get the key, and we found that it was written in 3 different languages, but it would take too long for us to translate it. So, we brought it back to the Gilden Griffin, and Lossian just translated it right then and there. He said that there was kind of bad news in it, because he told us that the Emerald Claw was planning an attack on one of the churches of the Silver Flame. And then he gave us another quest and offered sponsorship into the Wayfinders Foundation if we managed it. This quest was to find the cell of the Claws that was planning on attacking. And then he gave us the location of the Warforged that we saved way back at the beginning named Rig, so we can go and ask him about the capture and the kobolds and presumably what the Emerald Claw is up to. If I missed anything, I apologize, but I believe that's basically the gist of everything.
I believe you covered pretty much everything. That was pretty in-depth.
I took my notes while I was editing.
I think the only thing that you left out is that we got bonused for bringing back the body of the informant.
Bro,
also,
I get bonused all the time. Oh, bonus! Yeah.
Giggity. So basically, let me explain. No. Let me sum up. All right, so yes, that pretty much covers what we did last time. In this particular adventure today, you guys were tasked, of course, to find the cell of the Emerald Claw. Did anyone, for perchance, happen to look upon the in-character banter today?
I did, yes.
Something about official news publishing?
That and believably
sort of,
the shit with the kobolds may be connected to the Emerald Claw.
Just can't help but to think that they have to be somehow connected.
Connected! Well, I've been looking for Longfang this whole fucking time, so...
Yup. The big thing is that you guys said that you were going to go talk with the Warforged from last time.
Yes, Rig.
Mm-hmm.
Rig? Where you at, boy?
So I suppose we shall start there. Let me bring up my notes real quick. Bit underprepared, but that's neither here nor there.
Underprepared.
Telling me about it. I was out while you guys were out exploring.
You just need a recharge.
Whoop.
Okay, so
Okay.
okay. So he did tell you that you could find Rig over at the Clifftop Guild. That's where he's usually found. So is that where everybody will be starting this adventure today?
Yes.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So you all make your way over to the Clifftop Guild, a place that by now you guys are pretty familiar with. You assume that you could find him somewhere in the common areas. There's several of them throughout the guild. The guild is actually a pretty large building, most of which is a tower. It's within one of the many towers of the city of Towers. So it's not a lot of vertical space or horizontal space rather, but more vertical. So you go into one of the smaller common areas, and sure enough, there he is, reading up on some old tomes with no markings on them, just what looks like old notes of some sort.
Okay. I'm just gonna walk right up to him. Rig.
All right. And he looks up and he sees the group and he says, "Ah, my saviors, what brings you here today?"
We need to know how the kobolds captured you, and if you managed to find one that wasn't a kobold.
Ah, yes. Well, interestingly enough, the kobolds captured me by pretty much sheer outnumbers. Most of the kobolds that were in that particular cell that you found me in were what was left of the group that actually ambushed us. Me and my party managed to take out a fair number of them before we were finally outmatched by pure numbers and brought down. I didn't see anyone there that wasn't a kobold, but I can tell you that I did overhear quite a few banterings from the various others talking about someone along the names of Longfang. The only description that I could possibly give you is that he was a tall, pale human.
I look at Ivara.
What are you looking at?
I look back at Rig and say, "Did you hear any mumblings of a location?"
None. From what I could understand, the Longfang came down to meet them on their turf. I never got a chance to see him.
I look back at Ivara a second later and say, "I'm looking at a tall, pale human."
You really think it would be me?
No one else seems to know anything. But no, I don't think it is you.
Var will just roll its eyes at him, and just keep listening to.
Rig just kind of shrugs and he says, "Well, the best that I can tell is that this human had connections. Not the kind of connections that you expect amongst the normal adventuring group either. I'm talking higher-born connections, potentially even royalty. They kept using a word in their language that described him as a royal. It's not an exact translation, but more or less, it means that he was of noble born."
So we're looking for a tall, pale, high-born human. Well, Ivara's off the table.
Bonza just pats Ivara on the head. It's okay.
Seems to be deep in thought.
Dardar just looks amongst the group, thinking it's like everyone that he'd ever come across has usually been tall and very pale. So the description that was given to him doesn't ring any bells.
Still trying to scratch my head, wondering what happened.
Looks
in my
around.
hibernation.
Nidus just kind of looks around at everyone else and says, well, we could check the local archives, see if there's any potentially missing nobles, some that have mysteriously vanished of their own accord.
Rig gives it some thought. If you ask me, you might consider looking into the Carnathis first. From what I understand, Lostian seems to think that this guy has some kind of connection to not only the kobolds, but the damn Emerald Claws as well. And if a noble has ties to the Emerald Claws, he's probably Carnathi.
Right. What is their ruling house?
The Carnathis, more or less. Although, if you really want to talk about who actually rules them, that would be the De Winarn. They're the royals across all Corvair.
Alright, 5 would be Nidus, so 2 is also Nidus. God damn it.
Nidus it is.
1, Ave. Okay.
Okay.
No, it's change personality, not remain the same one if that's what rolls. So,
Oh, yeah, I'm just now seeing that redemption.
the Leonin suddenly morphs into a half-dragon. So, you say that there was a word that they kept repeating. What was this word? I might know it.
He repeats it to you. It's clearly draconic, and it is. It's a kind of a hard word to grasp in the normal draconic tongue. It's a really bastardized word and more or less means noble, but it's not necessarily the same word, like verbatim. It's a very koboldized word, I should say. Again, bastardized, very similar, samey. You can tell that that's what it's supposed to mean, but it's a kobold word, not a dragon word.
It's like English versus Americanized English.
There you go.
Dardar hears the word and this seems like a slang, almost.
Yes, it's absolutely terrible grammar. But, I'm sorry, I for whatever reason have trouble remembering. What was the name of the Carnathi nobles?
The De Winarn.
De Winarn. Got it. So, I guess we go and find them.
Rig kind of chuckles a bit. I don't think you understand. Talking to a De Winarn means that you have access to a De Winarn. They're guarded. It's like talking to a king. You have to be invited to do that. It's not just something you can go do.
Couldn't we just request an audience?
You could try. Most of them are rather busy, particularly keeping themselves out of war with the other nations.
Lots of sneaky.
Although, if anyone can get you an audience with one of those bastards, it would be Lossian.
Right. Shit, where the hell did he go?
Oh, pretty cape boy.
Yes, pretty Kate boy.
God, I want that cape.
Just going to put it out there. It is an actually magic cape that is available in the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Well, I know my characters drive.
Brooms
Like
and
if you literally took the description of that cape over to one of the many sellers of the finer arts of magical items, they'll be able to tell you what it is.
Well, back to Dragon's Horde.
I'm just imagining Bonza trying to excitedly describe it, like, but it ends up really badly describing it.
Really pretty cape.
It sparkles and it goes on you. Okay.
Basically.
Well, I suppose. Should we go talk to Lossian again? Ave looks outside to
why
see
not?
what time it is.
It wouldn't be a bad idea.
At this time, it would still be like mid-afternoon, about 1 o'clock.
Ah,
We
crap.
got time to waste.
He's a vampire. He doesn't come out until nighttime.
Why?
When he is best found entertaining.
Dardar, you know where he is in the daytime?
Believably asleep. Well, no, he's a vampire. He's probably dead.
Oh, also, another thing that we do need to bring up is that Lossian did reward all of you. I didn't say how much, did I?
No.
I
No.
don't believe you did.
He gave each of you 15 platinum dragons,
Oh, fuck.
Whoa!
which is a total of 150 gold apiece.
God damn.
We're rich.
I'm rich, son.
Forget Dungeon. We're rich. End of campaign.
I'm gonna get myself some blackjack and hookers.
Bonza's getting more brooms.
You
might
know
be
how
able to
many
buy a
brooms you
magic
can afford
cape.
with 15 platinum?
So many brooms.
You can
Army
you
of
can
brooms.
you can afford a broom store,
Broom
everything
army.
in stock.
Broom army.
Why am
That's
I
awesome.
suddenly hearing the song from Fantasia?
I was just thinking that.
We need to become friends with someone who has the capacity to help me make a Fantasia broom army.
I mean, I can infuse it.
But how many could you infuse?
So, does that mean we're gonna go shopping again, or while waiting?
Oh, you guys are kind of self-driving at this point. Where do you want to go?
We have a few hours left. I would say yes. Let us go buy some supplies.
I assume we've rested since our last encounter.
Yeah, you would have gotten between now and the last encounter. You would have gotten the equivalent of a short rest.
Okay, because I just like wait, I couldn't remember if we stopped the last session, did a rest, and then continued on, or just went straight into it. Just me on 1 health point and bloodied and beaten.
Yeah,
Ave-
you could actually anybody who took damage between last session and now, if you don't want to actually stop and take a long rest, you can just use a one of your hit dice to
Plus-
heal.
Dardar downed a health potion that gave him 20 health back, so you're good.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I just never.
yeah. Lossian gave it to you.
I did.
Yeah,
Also
I
gave
edited
you,
that episode today. I know everything that fucking happened.
Now I need to remember what my base health points were because it's just been sitting at 1.
I
Show
believe
on
your base
hit
HP is
points
20
max.
because you took 19 damage.
Oh, hit point maximum 20. Yeah, okay. Bah. Oh, no,
Well,
too much. There she is.
I
There's the
think we're
flavor.
okay health-wise.
Yeah, I think we are.
Right.
I took a long rest, so I'm healed up.
Actually, there's something I've been meaning to do too.
Yes.
So I guess let's go shopping. I never thought I would say that phrase ever.
That
Just-
felt kind of gross to say.
Just shows up in a horse-drawn cart. Get in, losers. We're going shopping.
Yes.
God.
Dardar looks
I
to
love
his cousin species. Goes, I agree. There are things that we must prepare for. We don't know what we might encounter next.
Well, I do not feel at home in this armor.
Wait, you said a hit dice?
Mm-hmm. So short rests, you can spend a hit dice to heal the amount equal to the roll plus your Constitution modifier.
Plus Song of Rest, an additional hit dice.
Yeah, you got a bard.
I'm running
Yeah,
around
well,
in studded leather with -1 dexterity, so this isn't doing shit for me. If I didn't have a shield, my AC would be fucking 11.
Wow.
you can manage. You can manage.
Yeah, Dardar without a shield is 15, and I plan to keep that way until I find armor that raises that significantly.
But the thing is, I can't
how is
wear
the
metal
ranger-
armor because if I transform into my druid, I'll automatically have to take it off.
Yeah.
How does the ranger have
Monfrere,
the most AC?
Monfrere Link, have you considered the wonderful items such as Ring of Protection and or
Cloak of Protection?
bracers of armor?
I have not even known those were a thing that existed in real life, so no.
Oh, why don't you go talk to somebody at like the Dragon's Horde? Go to the Dragon's Horde.
Yeah,
There are
Yeah,
things
Cloak of
there.
Protection.
we were just
I like
there
it.
yesterday. Let's go back.
Bonzo's
Yeah,
getting
Cloak,
a
Cloak of
new
Protection is
broom.
a decent choice too, but
All right, let's go back real quick.
Hey Bonza, there's probably a broom you can get.
Oh, Bonza knows.
Oh,
The broom of flying.
Oh boy.
Bonza gets all the brooms.
It's an uncommon item.
What about...
Bonza, your broom may have friends.
Wait a second. Can we
Broom
turn...
already has friend Mob. Broom and Mob can have new friend.
If...
Mobkin.
Hold on a minute. Could we make the shaft of her broom an immovable rod?
Oh my god.
I'm not hearing a no.
Neither am
I
I.
was about to say, like, that's possibly.
all right.
I'm
that's
not
34.
saying no.
Dada gives it a solid maybe.
Beautiful.
Right. So, let's head over to Dragon's Horde again then.
Yes.
Here we go.
Be right back really quick in the time we take to journey there. Real quick.
All right, so...
Mr. DM, like, I know that if wearing armor will change my armor class, but like wearing a cloak, would that change? Is that considered armor?
No.
No.
Okay, so I could get rings and cloaks and the such, and not affect my AC in the negative, because I know I have a better armor class just with my super awesome lizard skin, as opposed to wearing like plate mail.
I'm gonna clue you in on a little fun fact for monks. Your best friends, as far as early game armor class goes, are going to be Ring of Protection, Cloak of Protection, and Bracers of Armor, or rather Bracers of Defense in 5th edition.
And how much would that run me?
Quite a bit. Bracers of Defense are a rare item. I believe the Cloak of Protection is an uncommon. That one's not super expensive.
I think
But-
Ring of Protection is a rare item.
Yeah, I think that one's rare too.
Would my 15 platinum cover this?
The 15 plat would be able to afford you the cloak for sure.
Okay.
Ring of Protection is also rare. The Ring of Protection and the Bracers of Defense are a bit more pricey,
Okay.
like in the thousands.
Oh,
Of
really?
platinum?
Holy
Damn.
gold. I believe.
Thousands of platinum or thousands of gold?
Thousands of gold.
Okay. What? So it's been a minute. How much is 1 gold per platinum? Is it like 100?
10.
One platinum, yeah, it's a 10 to 1. 10 to 1 exchange rate on all, so it's 10 copper to 1 silver, 10 silver to 1 gold, 10 gold to 1 platinum.
Okay. So I don't have enough for any of for all of that. I could probably get the cloak, and that's about it.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Cloak is good, and cloak is actually kind of Cloak of Protection is kind of a go-to early game item for pretty much everybody.
Okay.
Although I should mention that you guys did find some magic items before
Did
that
we?
might
we did.
fetch you some money.
Is this from the first session?
Yes.
Okay, so I was not a part of that. So they found some magic items, and I'm just along for the ride at that point.
Yeah, Bonds is wearing one on her wrist. She's wearing another on her hands.
I'm wearing one of the rings. It's just a ring of warmth.
Well, I've got the shield.
A warrior's journey continues.
Pretty bracelet, I mean.
Yeah,
Question.
Just circle it that you're not actually using. I might have an answer.
Yes. How are we doing crafting? Since I would like to make some things with my herbalist kit, I would need to learn the recipe. So I would like to buy a recipe here while we're here.
Yeah, so crafting is a downtime activity.
Yes.
I believe if you can't find it at the back of the player's handbook or... Oh, okay. If you can't find it in the back of the player's handbook under downtime activities, then it's going to be in Xanathar's Guide to Everything.
Gotcha. I don't think I have Xanathar. Let me take a look at this one here.
Osric's working on his mead, his homebrew.
You gotta have the right drink while we're out there.
Speaking of mead, cheers, everyone.
I have my shot of tequila.
Oh.
Tequila?
Yes.
Tequila. Enough of tequila will kill you.
Meanwhile, while we look at this, let's continue our browsing efforts.
What
UV blue vodka.
what is an early item to increase? Because Dardar has super awesome speed as it is, but I would like to either go faster or go further.
Boots of Elvenkind.
Say again,
No,
sorry.
Boots of Elvenkind is for sneaking.
Oh yeah.
Why don't we ask the halfling? He's got one of them.
They're just fine boots.
What am I thinking of?
They're my shoes. They're not even his size.
It's
Boots of Striding and Springing, was it?
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
for bursts. That's for bursts of speed. I don't think that it actually gives you a flat bonus.
Your walking speed becomes 30. If you're not 30, that will work.
My speed is 45.
Never mind.
Yeah.
If I could have something that bumps it to a solid 50, I'd be happy. But if not, I'm already ahead of the curve.
Don't think there is.
I have a question for the dungeon master.
All right.
Can you check my character and see if everything's up to date since I missed the last adventure?
Yeah, I can do that. And also, Jar Jar, sir, the boots that you're going to be looking for, and I'm assuming you're asking this of the shopkeep of, yeah. He tells you that you would be looking for the boots of speed.
Boots of speed. Okay.
With the
Parker
fur.
just walks up, fast as fuck, boy.
I need some go fasters.
Okay, so basically the way the boots work is that you use a bonus action to click the boots together, and for the duration, it will make it so that any opportunity attack made against you has disadvantage on the attack roll, and it also, just doubles your speed.
So I'd be at 90.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Jesus.
Which,
Now this lasts for after it's been used, it lasts for a total of 10 minutes, and then you can only use that once per long rest.
Okay.
So you click them together, 10 minutes go by, and for that 10 minutes you move double speed.
And say, there's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's
I was
no
thinking
place like
this
home.
the whole time.
So is that fucking 90 feet?
yes.
Christ.
With disadvantage on opportunity attacks.
Yes.
So
Okay.
you can literally walk circles around somebody.
Now, just so I'm clear, we're currently at a shopkeep right now, correct? Or are
Yes,
we
sir.
Okay. What was the cloak? It was cloak of protection.
Yeah, cloak of protection, bracers of defense, and then ring of protection.
All right. I know the bracers and the ring. I'm not going to be able to afford.
Same.
So
The cloak, he just tells you that the cloak, he has quite a few of those just laying around. And for your group, he's willing to part with them at 80 gold apiece.
I'll take 8.
And he kind of asides and says, normally I sell them for nearly twice that.
all right.
Oh, that's much appreciated.
Cloak of,
As-
what, cloak of
As
protection,
a
right?
show of
Yeah,
good
cloak of
faith,
protection.
as a show of good faith, Dardar looks to the group, says, "I can't thank you enough for practically saving my life during our last fight, but also for bringing me into your group. So I will be paying for all of this. A cloak for everyone."
Oh,
Thank you.
Is
friend.
Dardar secretly rich?
Cloak for my friends.
Well,
Thank you.
all
you
right.
know you don't have to do this.
Shut up.
But it is.
Shut up, human.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
I insist. I insist, my friends.
That's very kind of you.
Sorry, don't look a gift lizard in the mouth.
Especially a lizard. You might
Bonza
get your
put
face
hers
shoes
on
off.
There's only one of
On
us here that's
Brumhilda.
the size of a horse.
So
And for the record, anybody who actually gets one of these cloaks, this is going to improve. Wearing the cloak does require attunement, so it's going to take, 10 minutes, or is it?
I think it's 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes to attune it to yourself. You can only be attuned to 3 items at a time, except for you, Mon Frere BB. You will soon be able to wear more than 3. Yeah, it's one of the nice things about being an artificer. You can be attuned to more than 3 magic items at a time. But everyone who is equipped and attuned to one of these cloaks is going to get +1 bonus to AC and saving throw.
Wait, what was that?
+1 to AC and saving throws if you are wearing it and attuned to it.
okay.
And keep in mind that you don't have to be wearing it to be attuned to it. So,
You don't say.
But you do have to be
although
wearing it for the
you do have to be,
bonuses.
yeah, you do have to be wearing it to get that +1. But
I know.
How would I add it to my inventory?
magic
so what you-
flute.
So what you can do is the third one on the top. You can, it's the eye with the circle, the compendium. Search up cloak. Make sure your character sheet is not popped out, and then drag and drop.
Wait, say
Onto your
that again.
character.
I'm sorry.
So the circle up on the top right, called compendium, with the eye in it.
Yes.
Okay, go to that. Search cloak.
Cloak
And
of
then-
protection. Yes.
Yep, and drag and drop into your character sheet as long as it's not popped out. And it will auto put it on there for you.
Huh.
No. Where does it pop up at?
You have to open up your character sheet. still.
Okay, my character sheet is now open.
Yep, and now drag and drop.
Okay.
As long as you don't pop it out of that window.
Oh, that
Now
that lowered my armor class. I'm now at 13.
You might have to reset your stuff, so.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of
Because,
that.
yeah, I just lowered it to 14 for me. Which now I have a 17.
I just
Yeah,
manually-
if anybody is using the whole class feature of getting a specific type of AC, it's going to reset it for you. So basically, what you're going to have to do is you're just going to have to punch that +1 into the formula that you already have for.
Yeah, I
AC.
just did that. I created it that's a cool little feature that Roll20 has. All I did for item name is I hit a +1 cloak of protection, and then I upped my AC for it.
Yeah.
Because
Manually.
if I don't do that, it lowers it significantly.
Yeah, because it gets rid of your. For whatever reason, it counts it as armor when it's not. So it stacks with unarmed fighting from like barbarian and monk, etc. So
Does the shopkeep have any recipes for potions? Potion of healing. Maybe.
yes. What strength?
The weakest because we're broke. The most economical. Sorry.
Broke bitches.
The most wallet-friendly recipe you have, good sir.
I'm just imagining Osric having like 2 pouches for gold and pretending that he's broke as fuck with one. And
Yeah,
being
it's like
yeah, you know,
little
I don't got
snacks.
a lot.
It's like every step I take, clink, clink, clink. I'm broke.
Sorry.
Sorry. Big old freaking sack hanging off the side of my belt right here. No, this
Also, your money.
Ha
I had to.
Beauty.
only because in crafting it says I could spend about 8 hours to make it. It depends on how long it takes to make these things, but better to be prepared.
That is wise, my friend.
That is the healing potions. I know they put it in the freaking player's handbook.
All right, I got something. I'll ask after you're done.
Oh, go ahead and ask now.
Does he have a arcane grimoire?
Arcane Grimoire. He might. What's the rarity of it?
Uncommon.
Uncommon?
Uncommon to very rare, depending on what if it's a +1, 2, or 3. Which I'm just looking at the uncommon, which would be just a +1. Oh, and it's from the Tasha's Cauldron.
Oh. Well, then I need to open up a different book.
I would ask for a deck of many things, but I think the party would say no to that.
That and it's legendary.
Legendary.
And he also doesn't sell those anymore.
What, arcane? Or
No,
No,
after the
no,
last.
yeah, the deck of many things. He doesn't sell those anymore. Not after the last time.
While you are shopping, I will take a quick break. I will be right back.
I'm very interested in the Broom of Flying now.
You're
You
welcome.
just imagine a full orc on a fucking broom.
Oh my god. I'm just picturing it now. We need fan art of that. That'd be amazing to see.
Fails. Let's see.
It's so hard to stay in character because I dig into details in my notes and I'm like, big dumb ain't that bright. You can't ask that many questions.
Mr. DM, would this traitor happen to have the robe of eyes?
Why, yes, he does in fact have a robe of eyes.
How much is that? 'Cause I'll be plumb broke if it is what I think it is.
He is currently offering a robe of eyes to you guys for 2,300 gold.
No, I can't do that one.
In this economy?
It's a rare item.
Yeah, it is a rare item. After buying everyone a cloak, I would definitely will have to save my pennies for that because this thing's sick.
Robe of eyes is very fun. A little grisly to look at, but fun.
Grizzly.
It's just adorned with eye-like patterns. It's fine.
That blink.
Dardar just wants to be Doctor Strange. With his little
Yeah, see?
eyes of Agamotto all over his cloak instead of a
Exactly.
necklace.
She gets it.
And tune it with the broom of flying. Now it flies.
Oh my god.
Exactly. It's straight up the Doctor Strange cloak.
Wouldn't the artificer be able to combine items into like one at a later level?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know much about many like super late level abilities off of the top of my head. I have to look those up.
He's like, I'm going to murder you guys before you.
Yes.
I'm gonna try to murder you guys.
We're gonna ask a lot of questions. Shopkeep, service, please.
Service. I'm looking for
Yes.
it. I cannot fucking find it. Give me a second.
Osric's doing that tapping his gold on the
Yeah.
counter when he wants something.
Here, I
Yeah,
can give
you
you
gotta-
this.
You gotta tap
Make it
the.
easier for you.
There it is. Okay. So he's selling potion of healing. He's selling recipes for that for 10 gold apiece.
I'll take a recipe, add it to the tab.
He's selling recipes for the greater healing potion for 90 gold apiece.
No thanks. No. Just a
And the superior, he's selling those for 150 gold apiece.
I'll take the one on the bottom.
There you go. So you have a
Plus-
recipe.
Yes. Second item I would like to look up. Do we have any pipes of haunting? I've heard of this from my
No.
master back at the house. These are instruments, very rare instruments. But do we have any instruments?
I got a drum for some reason.
I have a fiddle.
I have
Yes.
a flute.
You guys are great. We're gonna have to get a band together.
Hell yes. Also, Bonza's fiddle is quite small, so it just kind of looks like the smallest fiddle in the world when she's playing it, in sad situations.
Dada appears to be the only one without an instrument.
We gotta remedy that.
Pipes of haunting?
Pipes of haunting.
I shall return shortly.
Doesn't.
Yeah, he's offering a set of pipes of haunting to you, your group in particular. He's offering a set of those for 50 gold.
I'll take one, please.
Alrighty.
And that will be all my shopping that I'll do for now.
Does anyone else have some things to do? Things to
Yes.
buy?
The
Pipes of
Arcane Grimoire.
haunting. Boom.
Oh, right.
Dropped in-
Arcane Grimoire, doop-a-doop-a-doop.
I sent you a link to it.
Ah, yes.
Make it easy on you.
You're a wizard?
Harry.
Oh, you will be. That's right.
With wind instruments.
Well, the uncommon ones, let's see here, for that item,
Make sure I am technically a wizard. Sorry.
for you guys, he's selling one of those for 90 gold.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Everyone should find covered tab cloaks.
I'm a pinball wizard.
So let's see that.
Sure nobody wants to buy a Axe of the Berserker?
No.
Is
What
there
happened?
a broom of the berserker? Because I'm pretty sure Bonza would love that. Oh.
Bonza actually would like to get like a common cloak, not enchanted whatsoever, just to see Hilda.
Ask for it in the making of Lucius.
Before we leave, of course, it looks like this recipe requires some ingredients. We don't have any of this. Uh-oh. This might be a case where the ingredients are more expensive than the recipe. Shopkeep.
Rules?
What the world?
I'm just imagining this little goblin like, yes?
Yes. First off,
Yes.
I need to look up this recipe. Can you link it or anything? I can't seem to know what it requires to make. So can't be looking for
What is it?
The the basic potion of healing that I just bought. The basic recipe. What reagents does it require?
It requires the blood of the innocent.
Ah,
It actually depends on.
All right, Bonzo, we need to cut your hand for a second.
Oh, hold on.
It's okay.
The blood of the innocent.
See?
I love
How
this
innocent is that?
Bonzo took a nap and feels much better. Go ahead.
And doop, doop, doop. Where the piss are you? Never remember what page you're on.
Probably not in piss.
I would hope not.
How
Hey, you never
clean is
know.
the store. It's like a back alley Walmart. Are we talking?
this is the dragon's horde. Horde. This
Oh
is-
yeah, didn't we establish it's basically like a Costco?
Yeah, it's awesome. I need to go to the reagents section. Be right back. I'll get lost.
Are there any free samples?
Yeah, right.
Oh god, a tentacle rod. I forgot about that.
I've seen enough animes to know where this is going.
Same.
Does he have any bead of force?
Oh,
Let us refer to the previous statement. I've seen enough anime to see where that goes.
Yeah, he's got a string of them. You know where you can put them?
Oh,
Into my very secure bag of holding.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
now I'm
Well, I am
only
the one with-
imagining the sound of an accordion.
Okay, children.
We're adults.
Why, yes, he does.
Taxes.
He does, in fact, have a string of beads of force.
How much?
Each bead he is selling for 900 gold.
A bargain if I ever heard it.
I actually
mind.
had a lot of fun with a bead of force once.
I was hoping to get at least
Phrasing?
one.
Anyone? No? Okay.
No.
Kind of beads
So
are
I'm
these?
curious.
I trapped him.
Exactly how much is a broom of flying?
A broom of flying.
Yeah.
All
He kind of thinks about it and kind of goes back and checks one of his books, and he comes back and says, I can sell you guys one of those for 50 gold pieces.
Oh, yes.
All I'm picturing is she's smacking down the gold. Gimme.
just 50.
That's exactly what just happened. Bonza just reached it. She's not counting. There's 60 gold there. She slams it on the counter.
The shockwave pushes Osric away. And,
Shut up and
flies
take my
back.
money.
Basically.
All right, well, you have a broom of flying. By and by, it should be noted that brooms of flying are actually a fairly common item to get around this city.
Not to Bonza. This is magical.
Turns out the broom that she's always had was a broom of holding.
Oh
of
god,
flying.
right?
What would be great is that if she if Bonzo would grab like the regular broom, just not knowing which one is which, and be like fly, fly broom fly,
And
Starts
like
sweeping
jumps
with the
off a fucking
magical-
ledge with it.
I have
starts
returned.
sweeping with the magical broom.
Back.
Oh god, I need a new name for this one. Oh,
Tiny,
I'll
I bought a
think about it.
flute. I
You
bought
bought a flute?
Yeah,
Want me to enchant it for you?
it's already enchanted, but I might want you to
So you got
recharge it sometime. Who knows?
Broom Hilda and Broom Honda.
And broom Tsubishi and broom Ford. No, Mop Tsubishi. There you go. Mop Tsubishi. Broom
no,
Honda.
we're sticking with Broom Honda because Broom Honda goes broom broom.
Broom,
Uh,
broom.
Broom, broom, broom.
That would be Broom Mazda.
Bro.
I'm just not finding anything that would work for me.
Well, I believe we have time.
You could purchase a prosthetic limb.
Oh, I'm getting that arm.
Just a thought. And I'm gonna need that guy's arm.
I'm gonna need that guy's eye.
Also, another thing that the shopkeep does suggest, he says, well, there are quite a few different items that a lot of adventurers prefer to take around the city, particularly one of these. And he holds up a small little trinket that looks like a almost a coin, not quite, but it has a very intricate carving of a feather on it.
Ah, yes.
Smells like a load of barnacles.
You want us to give you money for money?
Says,
No.
oh no, this isn't money. Says this is a feather token.
That thing makes sure you don't die when you fall from a high place.
Yeah, that might be good.
Says
I
also
mean-
for a group of adventurers such as yourselves, you might consider some of these. And he sets down a few stones. All of them look like various different faces with wide open mouths of some sort.
Talking stones?
Sending stones.
Sending stones, that's close.
Basically, think walkie-talkies.
Okay.
How much are you willing to give me for this ring of warmth that I have?
Ring of warmth. He kind of takes it and inspects it for a moment. Pulls out one of his little jeweler's. God, I never remember the freaking name of those damn things.
That is not the one I meant to click. I fat figured it on my phone.
Too late.
I meant to hit take a shot. They're right next to each other.
Ah, I'm ready for that one.
Same.
I need to go grab a drink.
Let's do it.
Well, he
Before our
turns
adventure
into Tomba
proper.
anyway.
There you go.
And,
Tamba!
And now I take a shot.
Take a shot.
Tomba, take a shot.
Bonzo 100% wants a feather token.
Oh, well, yes.
Bonzo, yeah, you could probably use one.
I know. You could probably use one.
I feel like it's necessary.
I mean, I could just change into a bird. I'm fine.
Okay, so he looks at the ring and he says, well, for one of these, not particularly needed in the city, but I might have a couple of buyers for it. He says, I can offer you 45 Gallifare for it.
As I'll take whatever you're willing to pay for it. You're giving us a decent deal with all the gear that you're giving us now.
He
nods
the
and-
shot.
Hands over the gold pieces.
And question, do you have a coiling grass tattoo?
Willing grasp tattoos.
Are we asking the goblin what his tattoos are? What's going on here?
Says I might have a needle of one of those laying around.
I mean, I've got
How
a
much
tribal
are you willing
armband,
to
so
part for that?
I think I'm good on my shopping. As Dardar looks to his purse now,
ooh, this is a nice
practically
cloak.
empty. He's got more dust in there than coins.
Yeah, he pulls out a small needle that looks like it has like tentacles wrapping up around it, and he says, "Yeah, I do actually have one of those." He says, "It is my last one, though. I
How
can
much is
part with it for 100 gold."
I'll take it, but I'll take it, and I pass him 110.
Oh, no. He bites into one of the coins and hands you over the needle and says, "Thanks for doing business with me."
Thank you.
I am interested in an item shopkeep if you have it.
Sure.
Vicious longbow.
Vicious longbow. Vicious weapons aren't
as
cheap.
well as some poison arrows if you have them, acid arrows.
As I don't have a vicious longbow on hand, but I can whip one of those up in about an hour. Says for you guys, I can part with a vicious longbow for 1,200 gold.
How much would that be? Because let's see, for me it says I just have 10 GP.
Yeah, you need 1,200 of them.
Oh.
Well, you have 10 GP plus
50.
yeah, 150. So you've got 160 gold. Yeah, vicious weapons are rare.
I shall come back to that later. I appreciate it.
How much are feather tokens?
Feather tokens he sells for 20 gold apiece.
Bonza will take 2.
Just in case.
One for
You know.
Broomhilda and Broomhonda.
And the sending stones?
He says I can sell a pair of these for 50 gold. For every additional one past that, it's another 35.
Okay. I'll take a pair.
All right.
Okay.
Says, also, alternatively, I do have some speaking stones.
Now, if we split the
They're-
party, we should be able to still fucking contact one another.
Yeah. Says, speaking stones are a bit longer distance and a bit tougher to come by. I can potentially part with with a pair of these for you for 200 gold. And he says, but keep in mind, that's a phenomenal deal. I normally sell a pair of these for 1,000.
Ooh.
I don't have that much. Guys, can we maybe pull some resources? Get some of the
Bonza,
speaking
Bonza
stuff?
has
What you need?
60.
I have 160.
Bonza has 60 left.
Dada has 5.
Oh,
I have
Dada's
110.
pockets runneth bad.
Dadar's pockets don't even jingle anymore. It's just one.
His money don't jiggle jiggle.
Damn it! I was thinking
It's
it.
jiggle jiggle, it's gold.
So, I can throw 10 in. 10 platinum, that is. So that's, I'll pay half. All right, I'll pay half.
I can throw in 160 gold pieces.
I only need 100.
Okay, then take my 100. I'll
Okay,
be down to
okay. We're good then.
What was it you're getting?
Speaking stones.
Yeah, so sending stones are uncommon magic items. They literally just cast the sending spell between the two, more or less. Speaking stones allow for long distance, virtually instantaneous communications.
Walkie talkies. Or as the young people say, Apple Watch.
Ugh. Apple's disgusting.
As the youth say, forget Apple. I refuse to buy any Apple product.
We have our first one. It's an iPad.
My sorry to deter from the story of what we're going on, but the last Apple product I owned was taken from me at gunpoint. I just decided that was a good good time to not buy them anymore.
Yeah, I feel like no one's gonna ask for an android.
Everyone at work tells me I'm a poor. Like, I'm sorry, I don't pay for a personality.
Oh.
I'm a poor. All right.
Haha, poor.
Did we take the shot? Oh my god, did I miss it?
Yep.
Yeah,
We
you
can
missed
take
it.
another.
Well, I guess. Well, this stuff's been distilling in there for a little while.
By the way, I did add the sound alert to change personality, so now it does actually yell, "Change places!"
Noise.
So is it the same channel point redemption?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I haven't heard it.
No?
I don't think I've heard it.
I have your volume down to like minuscule on it, so he doesn't pick up over my mic
Ah.
or as background noise. So
I don't have enough
it
to
may have
do it.
happened. Yeah, I only have 502 right now. That reminds me, I need to add channel point redemptions for this campaign specifically. And sound alerts. I need to do that too.
Those don't do what I remember them doing. Okay. Never mind.
Uh-oh.
You're probably just going to want to get the sending stones.
Okay.
Because the sending stones, they have unlimited range, just sending spell.
Hi,
But they
Godzilla.
only operate between the two stones. Whereas speaking stones, they actually they talk directly to a one of the many different stations of the House Civis network, and are used primarily for emergency contact.
Okay. You can have your 100 gold back. I'm good on that.
Yeah.
Alright.
So
Hands
you guys just have the sending stones for cheaper.
hands the 100 gold back to PB.
Thank you, thank you.
Send it. Sorry, that's all I can think of. Also, Kyle, did I spell your character's name right? This is Tomba, right?
This is Tomba. Tombe.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What's going on?
You do /me and then space, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, Bonds is trying to braid your hair.
It's very very short.
She's still trying.
Right? Either that or
Ow.
like when I pull the hood off, Bonza gets really disappointed and then starts to braid the grooves.
Or you just lick your hand and like rub it in a circle.
Instead of typing this in, Dardar looks to the group and goes, "Well, my friends, with my pockets bare, I believe I am done shopping."
Yeah, I'm good too.
Everyone
Bonza
else
holds
got
both
everything?
of her brooms close to her and says, "Me too."
I am finished.
Should we buy
Alrighty.
any food rations before we go?
Oh,
Yeah, what's everybody's rations at? You haven't really been needing them because you've been staying in
Nah,
city,
we've been
but
in city, yeah.
That's a great question. I have no clue.
I believe everybody has the
5.
starting like adventurers equipment and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um,
Back.
Yeah, explorer's pack or dungeoneer's pack or whatever. Each of those comes with its own set of rations. For most of you, have like the explorer's pack that comes with 10 days of rations,
Okay, well.
as
should
well
be
as
fine.
a filled water skin, which I believe lasts 10 days, something like that. That should have it listed in here. I'm on the right area, I can tell you. So guessing, like
Water
a
skin
goober.
holds 4 pints of liquid.
Liquid.
Liquid. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm good.
Osric goes outside and takes a look at the sun. Passing time. Guys, I think we should start moving if we're going to get to the upper areas.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, unless you want to shell out some silver, then you're going to have to do a lot of walking.
Bonza could just fly us up there.
Bonza can fly her and like one other person.
Bonza can
Two
fly
if the
her
other
up
is
there.
the
But
hobbit.
Tomba is the one that can shapeshift, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So when you shapeshift, do you get less heavy, or do you maintain your weight?
Just 100-pound bird.
I was a canary on your shoulder yesterday. You tell me if I get any lighter.
Bonza couldn't tell.
Bonza's strong.
Bonza strong.
Bonza buff AF. I don't know.
Bonza's buff, but she almost got fucking leveled.
So, this time,
So we make Tomba into a ferret and put him in a bag.
I was actually going to transform into a ferret and just kind of grab onto you.
Why is it a ferret?
I don't
And
know.
then just be excited about everything. Oh.
Just be coked out of my mind because ferret.
Yeah.
You're on Photo and Poto.
Dada is poor, so I don't mind the walk.
Bonza's gonna like be on the broom, but not like actually leaving you guys behind. She's just fucking around.
I think it'd be hilarious if you just have your broom fly, the ferret around.
Oh my
Just
God.
A broom with a ferret on it.
Yeah, and just everybody thinks you're a wizard.
No, what if you shapeshift into a snake and it's snakes on a broom?
Tired of these motherfucking snakes on my
On this
motherfucking
motherfucking
broom.
You know what? That sounds like fun. I'm gonna wild shape into a snake and coil myself around the broom, just with Bonza.
Yes.
Somehow, one of us are friends of snakes and just eats you.
This entirely messes up your transformation, turns into a sloth. Like, well, now you need to go on the broom because you're too damn slow.
But a snake on your broom, or are you just happy to see me?
Oh my god.
No, that's just the druid.
Zing.
The druid is happy to see you. Hermes, is that a harpoon in your chest? Yes, and I'm happy to see you.
I'm just imagining these weird ass tales and songs being written about Bonza's dumb shit that goes on.
So you guys are off to see the wizard. I'm sorry, the bard.
Indeed,
Yes.
yes.
Off to see the wizard.
Oh,
The
he's such
wonderful
a great
bard of
bard.
Avae.
He's such a great bard.
Tomba needs to turn into a cowardly lion. Ha ha! It's appropriate for the character.
Wait, we have a Tin Man.
Oh! Everybody
Ew.
who has to wait, no, you didn't get the boots, did you?
No, I didn't. I did not
Dang
get
it.
the boots.
Oh shit! If only we had Thatch.
Right? I was just about to say that.
Thatch was a character that Bradley used to use, Kurzul, in this campaign, who was literally a living scarecrow.
Oh my god.
I love it.
Also the same one that leaped off of one of the towers and hitched a ride on a hippogriff by chance.
Yeah. Just lucked
My
out.
chance.
Just fucking lucked out and rolled really well.
Why are y'all staring at me? I heard Tin Man, and then all of you turned to me.
Do not worry, friend. We only poke fun. Oh, is this Laosian song?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Oh God. Love
This is my jam.
I tried to find this song online for the longest time.
Oh my god.
With only this name, and I was like, I couldn't find it. I was like, this is good. This is peaceful.
I'll share it with you later.
Thank you.
I'll share it with you
Spotify real
later. It's
quick.
actually not called Lossian's song, but
I figured as
spoiler,
much, but that's what
yeah.
I googled.
spoiler alert, it is royalty free just for all of those that are worrying.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
need
no.
we need like a remix.
Well, since I didn't get in trouble for YouTube today,
Yeah.
I figured as much.
But yeah, I will. I'll toss a link into that once I actually get it. But you guys walk back into the Gilded Griffin. Of course, it's you guys get there a little bit early, but Laucian is at his normal seat, one of the booths, kind of close to the stage. Doesn't look like he's performed yet because most of the people are still kind of just like chattering and walking around, not really noticing his presence, more or less. Looks like he's tuning his mandolin as you walk in.
Dardar sees Laucian. My friend, it is good to see you. Arms wide out, as in, like, pretty much a friendly embrace. Like, come here, good friend. It's good to see you.
He exchanges embraces and says, "So, I take it that some of you went and saw our companion."
Yes, we did, my friend. Yes.
Good. So, did you learn anything new?
Bonza shoves the broom in his face and goes, "This broom flies!"
With me
I mean,
still
that's
attached to it?
something new. Yes.
I'm still fucking coiled around it. Shoves it in his face with the fucking scared out of its
Snake on
mind
it.
snake.
Just remember that they're more afraid of you than you them.
I mean, he asked if we learned anything, so I'm just saying.
We learned that we could buy your cloak at a different vendor.
Oh.
I learned that
We
I
learned-
have no money.
We learned your cloak is actually a knockoff.
Antics, what are you rolling for?
No reason. He looks at the broom and kind of pushes it away with one finger, kind of keeping his distance from the snake. He says, "That's very lovely. Did you learn anything else?"
Yes, Lucian, we learned about a highborn human, pale in stature. Not much more, though.
Hmm.
No name was attached to this description we were given.
Perchance this could be the man that was referred to as Longfang?
The snake nods.
Osric shrugs.
It is quite possible, my friend.
He kind of thinks about it. I wonder if Longfang is an honorific amongst these creatures. Something I'll have to look into. So you say he could possibly be noble-born?
Bonza very badly tries to say that the draconic kobold noble name.
He kind of smiles and looks over at Dardar for translation.
The way that it was briefed to us by your man Riggs, it came off as slang almost. The pronunciation was off, but I got the general consensus of what he was trying to say. Side note, are we going to have a background change? Hey.
Apparently.
Yes.
He thinks about it for a minute and says, "Okay, well, if it's noble-born, then it has any ties to the Emerald Claws, then that probably translates to him being Karnathi. Doesn't
Yes.
really narrow things down, though. Karnathi are a noble-born group.
Snake nods
Quite-
again.
Quite a bit of the nobles left over from Dwinarn are actually Karnathi themselves. At least those that aren't on Darien.
Hungarian. This was not brought up before.
No, it probably wouldn't be very relevant information. The Ondarians are what's left of the kingdom of Gallifrey, although many of the Dwynarn that weren't actually Ondarian in birthright wound up being Carnathi. Carnathi are old blood. They go back a very long way. In fact, one of the kings of the old kingdom of Gallifrey was, in fact, a noble birth from Carnath. Although if the rumors are true about Carnath, I dread to think what this Longfang might be like.
And they make some mean zombies.
This long fang seems to be shrouded in mystery.
Quite a bit. Perchance, did any of you get a chance to do any research on the splinter cell of these Emerald Claws?
Osric raises his hand, even though it's about waist high. I tried to contact somebody at my house and seeing if we can get some information. Wasn't sure if they were going to be able to get back to me on time. They should be getting some word to me soon, I hope.
That's good. It's good. It's a start. I don't exactly have very many leads for you, but if you're looking for those that work in the shadows, I suppose the lower districts would probably be the best places to start. You might even consider getting into contact with one of the many shadier guilds down there.
I assume you are speaking of either the Thieves Guild.
Well, Thieves Guilds is a very broad term. In a city such as this, there are hundreds of those, if not thousands.
That is what I was getting to. There are too many to name. I just thought I would give it a broad clarification.
If we're talking about these particular groups of shady businessmen, you might want to talk to someone in the Boromar clan.
Where we might find them.
Well, that depends. Boromar clan are mostly a group of halfling immigrants, many from the Telengil Plains. They're usually found in the district of Middle Menthas. They control a lot of shady things, including gambling and smuggling. If anyone has their nose to the ground for something such as ruffians in the Emerald Claw, it might be them. Alternatively, you could also get into contact with one of their rivals, the Dask. They're a bit more unseedy, tougher to talk to, particularly if you are non-monstrous, I suppose the term would be. Humans, elves, dwarves, halflings have a harder time dealing with them. That most of them are similar to you, Dardar.
The snake looks at Dardar when he says monstrous.
More, how should I say, rare?
Abnormal, as I've been called.
I wouldn't go that far.
Pretty.
But, yes.
Thank you, Bon. I hear my fair share of slander.
The snake also
During
looks
my
at the
travels.
Warforged.
Yes.
With his tail, points at the Warforged. And then back at Lausian.
Lausian kind of gives a side eye to the snake and says, well, No, I don't think Dask has very many Warforged in it. Mostly the likes of Minotaurs, Centaurs, Medusae, lizard folk, a fair share of Dragonborn, even a few orcs or two. Although most of the goblinoid, bugbear, hobgoblins, goblins, those sorts, tend to steer clear of them. And that's not to say there aren't any.
Snake's tongue flicks out as it nods.
If you want to find the Dask, they're down in the cogs. Generally speaking, you start asking around for them, you'll eventually find them. The only other group that might actually have enough of an ear to the ground for this city to be able to tell exactly what might be going on with these Emerald Claws would be House Tarkanen. Although I'm sure there's a couple of you, and he looks over at the halfling in particular, that would be a bit less likely to deal with them.
Osric snorts in return, agreeing.
Yeah. Osric, you know House Tarkanen as a shady house of quote-unquote dragonborn, or not dragonborn, dragon-marked, that they claim themselves to be an actual house, but in fact, not a single member of House Tarkanen is dragon-marked with anything other than an aberrant dragon. So it's
And-
literally a house of aberrant dragon.
And now, suddenly, there is an elf sitting on the broom where the snake was.
Damn. Just kind of hoping it falls.
I mean, the broom probably dips slightly, but
He
Is there
was...
a poop of smoke or something?
Just a little poof.
Yeah, a little poof.
No, it
Dardar's
just morphs.
It just
Dardar
Mystique
is
morphed.
still like
All
taken
Animorph
aback
style?
Like this.
I was thinking Animorphs, yes!
I was thinking Mystiques.
Ooh.
Ooh.
What about Polyjuice potion morphing?
It's all bad.
As we break the immersion, let's go back.
Yeah.
Dardar is still taken aback by the constant changing of their party member that no one else seems to acknowledge, but just to himself, just fine. This is fine. Everything's fine.
Right.
This is normal.
Well, Lawson, anyway, as you were saying, monstrous races. So, you're speaking mostly Dardar. Possibly Bonza, but not PB?
That would be correct.
We can always split up.
We do have sending stones now, I suppose.
And I can go where he said, I know I heard him say something about aberrant dragons. That might somehow may be able to talk to them.
Osric gives him the side eye. Big sigh. I don't think we should split up, guys.
Sen also seems a bit confused and he hops off of the broom.
I agree with Ostrich. We strength in numbers. We do not know what will come of us if we split up.
We also don't know what will come of the city if we don't. Besides, it'll only be temporary.
Define temporary.
You go in there, you talk to some people, you gain some information, and then you come back.
It does sound simple, but when talking
Ossian chuckles.
when talking to some of my kinfolk, how do you say it? Negotiations and information do not always go smoothly.
Osric nods in agreement. I know how that is.
Some of my lizard folk brethren are not too keen on talking or sharing information with people not of their own flesh and blood.
Which is why we can split up and send accordingly to which fits best of those 3 locations. We can always use the
Bonzo will
sending
go.
stones in case any of us are in danger.
If it isn't what you insist, my friend, I will go with it. I just strongly recommend that we stay together. I will leave it up to the rest of the group, though.
Well, that is only one avenue.
Ossian nods. There are other ways to garner information. Says, in fact, I might have one.
Go on, my friend.
A certain member of one of the houses of the Dragon Marked owes me a bit of a favor. Seeing how dire the situation is, I might be able to cash that favor in, although there's no guarantee that anything will come of it. This person is somewhat difficult to work with at times.
I think we've all been there.
Okay, well, who is this person?
She's an old acquaintance from one of the houses that not many speak of. You wouldn't know her by name nor by craft, but she's well known in the darker circles.
And what would you call her, my...
He
He.
thinks about it for a minute. He says, well, that depends on the minute, but for the most part, she's a cousin of mine.
So we,
And he starts digging through his pack.
Surely if they are your family, this should be of no issue.
He looks up at you and he says, Dardar, of all people, you should know that that's not true at all.
Family can be difficult. Family can be very, very difficult.
I guess in your line of work, yes. Yes, I could agree with that.
Osric takes a drink of the wine in agreement.
You don't need to be a bard to know how difficult people can be.
Says she goes by many names.
And Tiny says we're taking another shot, too.
And depending on what
Here.
circle that
Cheers.
she's in, she can go by one name or another. And I'm trying to decide which name I want to tell you. Which one would have the less chance of you dying
Well,
by speaking it to her.
I would say the friendliest of names and the less offensive name.
Alright, well,
What would a friend call her?
A friend would know this elvish woman as Rashia Noridark. An enemy might know her better as Bloodraven.
From Diablo 2? Bloody hell! Alright, well, shots up, guys.
Hear, hear.
Hell yeah,
Got
thank
it.
you, Tiny.
You're welcome.
Ah, yes. Right, so. Russia or Bloodraven. Gotcha.
Norita.
Yeah, that.
We
Exactly what I said. Thank you, Bonza.
Pats you on the head.
well, hopefully we do not have to call her by the name that by.
Right, so do you have information on where we can start looking for her?
Well, that depends on the day, but I can tell you that she can be found at one of the houses, particularly House Bilaran, my house. Go there, tell someone that you're looking for Bloodraven. Anyone. They'll tell you how to get into contact with her, or she'll get into contact with you shortly after.
Right.
I warn you, she is a very dangerous woman, and not always predictable. But if she does have any information on this particular group, it will be incredibly reliable, although it may not be cheap. She does owe me a favor, which might help. But I can't guarantee it will be scot-free for all of you to use her as an informant.
And we just spent all of our bloody money on magic items.
Says, oh, the cost won't be in gold.
But in the blood of the innocent.
Bonza, we need to cut your hand again.
Bonza throws her hand out into the the ring of people.
She unfortunately doesn't deal in gold. She deals in favors, in tasks, chores.
Well, if it's anything like owing you a favor, I definitely hope it is not too terrible.
He smiles. Trust me, Dardar, owing me a favor is a boon in comparison.
He kind of, almost a full expression drops from his face, like, ugh, no.
Right, so now we have 4 avenues that we could go down.
Osric with a mouthful of bread. I trust Lucian.
Well, Lossian doesn't trust her,
Doesn't matter.
which makes this rather difficult now, doesn't it?
If we do go down that forge route, would it be better to ask for her by her name instead of Bloodraven?
Probably not, otherwise he most likely would have told us.
Well, if you do happen to be in the situation where she makes contact with you, you knowing her name might help. Speaking her name will prove that you do in fact know me.
Huzzah. Well then, trying to figure out.
He finally pulls out something from his pack and he says, "This," and he hands you a picture, "is Bloodraven."
Good lord, I'm in love already.
Well, I vote we go there.
Yes, sir. The bird agrees as well.
Pico's like, oh, hell yes.
All in favor then, I guess?
Bonza just follows her friends, honestly.
Yes, I'm
Avara
ready.
has
I
just
am.
been quiet.
I am very ready for this.
Avara's just been quiet, and probably gonna be extremely quiet meeting her.
Don't talk. Shut up. Don't talk. Don't talk. Must not speak. All right, so you guys are headed to House Fjarlin.
That's Fjarlin.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think we all were thinking that.
Everyone was thinking it, and he just said it.
Hold on, let me pull this down a little bit so you can see them heels. Look at them heels.
The Warforged is probably just wondering, why is everybody so infatuated with her? Oh, excuse me.
All right. So you guys head over to House Fjarlin. It's kind of mid-Dura, kind of not exactly in the lower areas, but but it is not exactly highborn area either. Primarily because House Fjarlin is primarily known for being the entertainers. You guys get there, and it's fairly busy. Lots of what looks to be actors, bards, various different mountebanks, and other shady-looking types, in addition to reputable entertainment personnel and kind of lounging around or moving in and out of the guild itself. Most of which you see are elven, and most of those you see are dragon marked as well. Some have them on like their faces, others have it on their arms. A few have it on their legs. Quite a few of them, if their tattoo is somewhere that would normally be covered by clothing, have some sort of clothing item that has it like in a window. So if it's up on their upper thigh, there's a nice little window through their clothing that shows off their dragon marks. Looks like this particular house is quite proud of the mark that they bear and show it quite freely.
Well, I should fit right in then. Maybe.
Sure hope she shows it freely.
Sen feels perfectly at home here despite not having a dragon mark.
Yeah, they're mostly elves.
Oh, fuck.
And entertainers.
Yes, and entertainers.
How would they feel about a Warforged with a mark?
You do notice that a lot of them are giving you side eyes, but not really saying anything. Most of them just either give you a wide berth or like nasty side eyes.
PB, you may want to keep your mark a secret here.
Yes.
When out of character banter, when were the marks received? Was that from the first session, or is this just some people that already? Oh, what's with the people with the D name, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I remembered something.
Yeah, I am marked out of character banter. I am marked. I started marked already.
Okay. I just happen to have a D name and not be marked. Just double. You can't be double marked.
No, it's D apostrophe and then the house name.
Yeah, no, I remember that. I had to say it out loud for me to actually like remember.
Dedardar.
Diardar.
Dedardar.
Dr.
Apparently, no one wants to accept me with my, with my mark. No one likes to accept me with my mark.
Warforged aren't exactly supposed to have them.
You are very lucky, have one. Or cursed.
Either one, not sure which. So how are you guys going about doing this? What are you doing? Most of the people just seem to ignore your presence.
Oh, I'm
Kind of
going
moving
to
up
the headquarters, basically.
Okay, yeah, there's what looks to be kind of a reception area. A few elven personnel stand behind there, kind of looking at paperwork and dealing with the various entertainers that are coming and going.
Osric listens. Is there any music playing? I'm sure there is.
Yes, it's actually almost cacophonous. It's music that's very much loud, but not super loud.
Well, let me join in a bit while we're here.
So,
Yeah, various different people like tuning instruments, practicing on their flutes or drums, all kinds of different stuff going on. Nothing of particular attempts to be anything cohesive.
I would like to try to play a loud tune to see if we can get some sort of wanted attention. Hopefully not unwanted.
Fonz's
Do a charisma perform check.
as I'm walking up to the reception desk.
Yes. Let me see. There we go. Whoop. Boy!
Damn, boy!
Damn.
Dim sum!
Damn.
Take out my loot,
Okay.
start tuning it a little bit. It's already in tune. Nice.
Walks in and
You,
starts doing Freebird.
Yeah,
You-
start freebirding.
Yeah, you catch a lot of eyes. A lot of eyes.
All of the eyes.
Yeah, quite a few of the people are kind of either entertained or at least are paying attention to you now.
Got eyes and hands.
Yeah, and the no kidding. A few actually even seem to take note, kind of learning from your techniques. Otherwise, you kind of achieve what you're after. People are actually looking in your direction.
Nice.
Just start going deeper and deeper into the music, kind of losing himself while,
In the moment.
yeah,
You want
it
it,
just
Joe?
doesn't see if anybody starts actually joining in from the crowd. But
You're
we'll see.
getting in the zone.
Yes,
The auto zone?
As we kind of walk up towards the towards the counter as well, I follow behind and play the music. This is our entrance theme. We are here.
Oh, hell yeah, we
Dardar-
have theme music.
Dada
Basically,
looks at the group and he goes, he almost plays as well as Lausian.
so I'm more or less just letting him do his thing while I go up to the reception desk, and
Fonz is kind of bopping.
I just kind of knock on it politely.
You get to the front reception area, and one of the ladies there, before you even get a chance to speak, says, "Sorry, auditions are in the back."
Oh no, I'm not here for that. But thank you anyway. I may go for that. I'm actually here to find Bloodraven.
Those in the immediate area stop and kind of look over in your direction, and the lady behind the reception actually kind of almost gasps a bit and says, "Oh," and she kind of looks over at one of the other reception people, and they kind of shrug and kind of nod to her in a bit, and she kind of looks onto you and says, "Okay, we'll tell her you're here."
Tell her
And she
that
kind
we
of
will
walks
be at the
away.
Drunken Dragon this evening.
And she kind of looks back and nods and says, "I'll be sure to do so."
Right. Thank you.
And she seems to hurry off.
And I go back over to Osric, and I start placidly banging on my drum a little bit, just to kind of give him backup, as I say to him, "Well, we will be meeting Bloodraven at the Drunken Dragon, our tavern, this evening."
Osric looks up and just gives a nod while still returning his attention back to the loot. Still going hot, still going strong.
Dardar just looks at him. And just, that's what seems to be easier than I thought it would be.
Oh, I don't intend for it to be easy, but at least now she'll be on our turf.
Bonza busts out the fiddle and tries to back off Osric. The tiny fiddle.
Hold on. Let me do a performance check as well. Let's see how we can do this.
Oh.
Oh.
Given the everyone playing their instruments, Dardar starts to slightly step side to side, almost in a dance, and kind of loses himself.
The dance
And
of
the
his
music
people.
in the moment.
In the music in the moment. What kind of check is it?
It's no, is it performance for dancing?
Yeah. Yes. He decides to lay a spear up against the nearest wall, but keeping it in eyesight and almost tails reach. Decides to dance. Maybe try to draw a crowd. Who knows?
I love that Osric's fucking killing it, and like Bonds is like, "I'll help," fucking like falls on the way in.
Instead of your fiddle, you pull out the broom and just
Yeah.
start strumming its broom.
Like air guitaring.
Like, this shit slaps.
PB gets up and decides, why not? And will try to partake in these activities.
And does the robot.
I was just thinking that.
Let's see what performance says.
Oh.
Oh.
Someone needs
don't-
some oil.
And
Don't
PB
worry,
slips
got
on a
that.
conveniently placed banana peel.
Womp womp.
Well,
Yeah, please tell us what the fuck is happening.
We're drawing attention.
attention is one thing that you're getting. Yes, I'm getting that in spades,
Is it the right kind of attention?
and not all of it proper attention, but
Fuck.
I really do need to make a compendium of every time someone rolls and yells "fuck."
Yeah.
It needs to be a sound alert, but it needs to be a random sound alert for each person that's in this group. It will
my
just play
God.
a random one.
What? Fuck!
okay, so you guys are some of the other entertainers are kind of getting a bit annoyed, kind of giving you side eyes, where others are looking on with interest and intrigue.
Is there anyone really like that stands out from the crowd to us that may be looking at us in a good way, at least?
I'm just imagining Osric being like, "I'm not with them."
I know I'm trying to like space myself out a little bit, like
Just
okay.
stepping away.
Just stepping away, strumming like, yeah, here's my song. Ignore
Yeah, I'm
those
trying to go by
folks
the
over
tables.
there.
Yeah,
They just came in at the same time as me. Were
they're new entourage.
I'm
They're new to the
also
band.
going over to the other party members that are in attendance and telling them the plan.
Oh. Well, that's a good thing, I guess. It's not good nor bad.
What are the odds?
Princess PB is gonna try to sneakily make his way out to not draw attention.
AZ, what is your current character's name? Because I'm having a real hard time following when you switched.
My current character is named Sen.
Okay, I figured as much.
I feel like we
Um,
all need a little cheat sheet.
I-
If I make a graphic, can we add it to the character?
Here, this is my name.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure because like you've switched a couple times and I'm trying to like okay you're Tombe, and then you were someone else and now you're Sen.
Yes. It's, well, the names of them, well, the last names are the Latin for the number that they are assigned to.
I've noticed that because I've scrolled up and seen your other other names with different ones, so I kind of figured as such. But now I know who you actually are at the moment.
Currently, yes.
But, yes, you said that you were going to share the plan with the rest of us. So Dardar leans in and looks to Sen. So, what is the plan, my friend?
The plan is that we are... Sorry. The plan is that we are going to lure her to some place that we feel comfortable. Some place that we consider to be more home than anywhere that we have currently. That way, even if things don't go our way, we at least have home field advantage.
You speak of the Griffin, I assume.
The Drunken Dragon is where we normally partake.
He is coming.
Yes. Sorry, the ale be getting to me.
No, the Griffin is where
And
Lausian
cover
is,
your
correct?
butt. Lausian is at the Gilded Griffin, yes.
Yeah, that's just not our home base.
So I don't want to bring her there because it's very clear they have history.
Yes, I apologize. I'm just so used to home being where Lausian is. See that I have traveled with him for such a long time.
Bonza has history with family too.
Oh, don't we all? Let's just say there's a reason I am in Shan.
Dardar nods in agreement to the having family issues.
Right, so, well, Sen just kind of looks up at the sky and tries to more or less gauge time.
Right now it would be pretty close to like sunset.
We should probably head back to the Drunken Dragon fairly soon. I said this evening, I didn't give a specific time, though.
It would be best if we were there before she is, though.
Yes.
Ravens fly pretty fast, so we should go.
You know what? You're right. Let's just go. Osric!
For anyone that missed it,
Ostric's in the corner
chat,
bowing to everybody. Money's
his
flying at him.
He'll come along.
For anyone that missed it in the chat, I completely disregarded what that picture is, and Bonza literally thinks this is a bird.
Yes.
He'll be along, shall we, Dada?
Yes. Let us
Guevara?
go.
PB?
Yes.
Before I get the fuck out of there after what I just did.
Right.
After that.
I was hiding myself.
Making himself
Very well.
less known.
Let us go.
Meanwhile, Ostrich just kind of struts out and feels a part of his. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back. Have a good night. Have a good evening. Enjoy. And backs out.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Bonza kind of like rubs up against Osric. And they liked you.
Yeah, they did.
Dardar
Good job.
Dardar looks to PB. We can freshen up on our dancing skills at another time.
All right. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm rather nervous about this.
As one should.
I mean, if Lausian is nervous about her, there must be a reason.
If there's one thing I've learned with traveling with Lausian, is that if he does not trust someone or is nervous about an encounter, it usually does not go in his favor.
It's okay, friends. I've seen birds before.
Hence why I did not want to bring him to the Griffin. Bring her to the Griffin. She is beautiful, but in my experience, the beautiful ones are the most deadly.
They have the sharpest tongue.
He winks at Bonza.
Oh my.
You okay? Something in your eye?
Something in your eye.
Oh, no worries. I'm fine. Thank you. With a sly-ass grin.
Okay, making our way downtown back to the.
Walking fast,
drunk-
faces passing.
Yeah.
And we're dragging.
And we're homebound.
We're tavern-bound.
I was about to do that, but in Dardar's voice.
And
And the bird! Yes! Perfect Pico moment.
He goes like, we're talking about birds.
I'm Bird.
And Burb.
He has good hearing because I have everything going through the headset, so I don't know why he just.
Dang.
Good response. Good boy, Bird.
That's a good burb.
Before we left Antics, did I see anybody like just watching us that aren't like quote?
Quote
What's
normie.
Yeah.
No,
Did we notice though? Did anybody?
I rolled a
With-
perception.
well, with that particular roll, you did notice a few people who were on the outskirts were kind of giving glances to the party. But none of the people that you saw that were kind of outliers that noticed you were anything out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Like most of the people that were doing so seemed like they were just regular people of the guild who were there
Generally,
normally.
They were genuinely entertained.
Well, not necessarily generally entertained. They were outside of the sphere of people who seemed enthralled, and the looks that they were giving were not necessarily that of disdain or interest. So,
Mm. Oh wow.
No, none of them looked at me, right?
no.
Good.
I'd be real upset if they looked at me.
No.
I'm kind of shy.
Would you look at that
No,
knife
it-
ear?
Backstory stuff.
I'm shy.
I pee when people look at me.
That's your secret power.
That's the whole backstory.
We've all got really useless superpowers. One of them is
Oh
that
god.
one of them is like he pees when you look at him. Another one just dissolves in water.
Oh
That's canon now.
god, no, please.
We all got to discover our secret useless powers. That's gonna be great.
One of us was able to grow our nails.
Dardar's
yes.
invisible when no one's around.
Yeah.
But is he really there when no one see him?
All right, Schrodinger's.
No. If I look at myself, I'll become visible again.
Bonza can telepathically communicate with the brooms.
Little does everyone else know, the brooms talk back.
Yeah.
Clean me. Clean me.
Ah, they do the cleaning.
All right, so you guys head back to the Drunken Dragon and spend a little bit of time kind of getting a bit prepared for the various different situations that may occur. I'm sure some of you may be drinking, others are finding a good exit, various other things. But when the time does eventually come, where is everybody in the tavern? This would be, you get there about just past dusk and would be waiting around for about 2 or 3 hours.
I believe we should take up a table.
Let's order some food.
Can I
Bonza kicks
meditate
her-
for those 2 to 3 hours?
Plug in PB into the wall. Just be sure.
Put BB on a wireless charger.
Yeah.
Recharge my batteries.
All I'm picturing is Big Hero 6, Baymax's charger now.
Yeah, I think we're deeper into the tavern away. Well, do we want to sit near the exit? I don't know.
I would say right in the bloody middle.
Yeah.
Right, yes, right in the middle.
Darda, are we taking a seat at the bar or at a table? That is the general consensus that I'm for before I decide where I take a seat.
Is the table big enough for all of us?
It better be.
We need to have a space available.
No, there's several tables in the Drunken, capable of holding parties as 12 to 15 people.
Right.
Do we
so.
need to wait to be seated?
Yeah, they
No,
come up and be like, yeah, we're for a party of how many?
This is basically our home. Let's just go in, have a seat in the middle, and we'll wait.
Yeah, it's a tavern. That's
Bond.
that's primarily its primary source of income. Its most common patrons happens to be adventurers, specifically those from the Clifftop Guild.
I was to say its main source of income is Osric and his ability to play music.
It's
Love,
alcoholism.
might I have the house wine,
That too.
please? Calls over to the server.
Bonza props up the brooms in their own chairs.
Anyone else?
Daughter.
House wine? Anyone else?
Yes, my friend. I will have a glass or thrice.
Which house wine?
For the Drunken Dragon?
Uh-huh. The Drunken Dragon has 10 house wines.
Let us get a sampler. A glass
Yes.
of your.
Light.
Bring us a flight, please.
All right, they bring you a small flask of all 10. You'll notice that each of the flasks is colored differently, matching all 10 of the different colors of the prime dragons. That would be red, blue, white, black, and green, as well as gold, silver, bronze, brass, and copper.
Sen grabs the gold one.
Damn it.
Dardar waits for his companions to take a glass, and he will take what is remaining, as he is not a picky alcoholic.
Var would take the black.
Osric will take the silver one.
I need no sustenance.
Bonza just picks 3 at random.
This
and puts
unit
one in
does
front
not
of each
require
room.
sustenance.
Oh, but PB, you may not need sustenance, but Warforged can in fact taste things.
Oh.
Your tongue works. Ooh, my.
Well, their
Oh my.
their tasting function works primarily to be able to. This feature was integrated very early on in order to help them in detecting poison, but was later refined to actually make them more sentient.
I was just
Very
thinking
well.
it breaks down chemicals and gives some sort of information to their brain.
More or less, magically speaking. But yeah, no, Warforged do
Take one
have
of
a
each.
sense of taste. They just don't
Can't
usually
eat
need
it.
it.
I'll take one of each. I'll try them all.
Well, most of the metallic are lighter wines, like either rosés or something that's a bit more on the white side. Very light, very sweet wines for the most part.
Why do I have the
with
other cup?
with the exception of the copper, which is a very almost borderline bitter rosé. On the stark contrast is the chromatic side of things, which all of those wines are darker wines. Most of them being more bitter, with the exception of the green and the red, which are both a bit on the sweeter side. The most bitter and almost acidic tasting is the
It's
black.
Bonza.
Oh, fuck, of course it is.
It's the black is actually one of their most popular wines, but it's definitely an acquired taste. It's what many in the group, many in the wine challenge wine. It's not necessarily something that you want to drink on the regular, but if you can drink the wine and enjoy it, then obviously you're a wine connoisseur.
Well,
I'll take the black.
I did grab the black one.
So, everybody, you guys are all kind of enjoying your wines. Is anybody imbibing more than, say, 2 glasses?
No.
No.
I'm sipping
Dardar has 2.
and
He
waiting.
finishes the first, but he's sipping the house.
Okay.
Bonza had her own and is kind of sipping from the other 2, but not very frequently. She's trying to let
Okay.
the grooms enjoy theirs, but
Osric
They
is
just don't seem to want to.
more concerned with a bit of ale this time around. He's already had wine earlier.
Princess PB, not knowing how it works, drank all the black one and started chewing the glass for some reason. It's
Oh
kinda
no,
crunchy.
no! These are all in the decanters that these are in. Are for the metallic ones are obviously metal decanters, whereas the ones that are chromatic are like painted ceramic decanters. So they would be a bit tougher to chew on than just
It
the
is
glass.
Warforged.
yeah. I'm just imagining PB just knocking them because, like, it's not actually doing anything. It's just tasty.
Yes, this is good sustenance.
Another.
Yes, this is wine.
It is not poisoned.
Oh yeah, it is.
A warforged that thinks it's human.
It's
Ah, yes.
literally poison. A warforged that thinks it's human? I smell my next character.
Oh, Jesus.
Alright,
Ah, yes,
Pinocchio.
fellow humans. This is great ale.
Hello, fellow humans. Yes,
His
I
name was
drink
Hume.
wine as humans do.
Fun fact for anyone watching currently: AZ Link's name in my phone is his name, then in parentheses, fellow human.
Fellow human.
I know too many Kyles, and whenever I text him, it's like, I really hope I'm texting the right one. And I was like, I need to definitively name him Kyle, fellow human.
Yes, for those of you that follow classic Game Grumps, we one day we just started quoting Zognoids, which is a thing that Zognoids are aliens that are trying to fit in with humans, but they're really not fucking good at it.
They're poorly doing it.
Yeah. So eventually, Tanner he came up to me and he was like, "Hello there, human friend." And I looked at him and I said, "Oh, hello there, fellow human. You acknowledging my existence causes me to feel human emotions."
Ah, yes, all of the human emotions, all 12 of them.
Yes.
Including Zorb. I mean, joy.
That causes all of my senses to activate. Hearing, scent, smell, snark, and Vimby.
Hmm.
And we would just fucking riff like that.
I think it was. I'm trying not to deter too much, but I think it was every time it was one of our birthdays. Like, ah, yes, fellow human, you've made it around the big star yet again. Congratulate.
I love
All I
it.
can think of is those like alien comics that are super like simple where they break down.
Oh,
regular
yeah.
interaction.
Oh, the little comic strips. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
All right, so anyway, back on the rails.
Oh, all of you are partaking of your wines and ale, assorted drinks. awaiting any kind of contact with someone.
I would like to ensure that one of these decanters remains untouched.
Okay. Which one? What color?
Who took what?
I heard somebody say silver, gold, black.
I took a
I
black one.
took a black.
So two black ones?
What were all the options again? Because I don't remember which one I said.
Yeah, that was a bunch.
So black, red, white, blue, green, silver, gold, copper, bronze, and brass.
I took the copper one.
I'll keep the blue one aside.
I'll take
Bonza
the
took
white
red
then.
and white. Oh, okay.
Nope.
I would like actually.
I'm just going to be
Don't-
proud of myself for a moment for actually knowing primary
I was
dragon
trying
just
to
off the
scribble
top of
those
my
down
head.
as you said them.
I am going to take the copper one, or I took the copper one, but I'm going to hold on to the white one with in hopes of offering it later in a conversation.
Okay.
I may or may not use my poison ability or my acid ability.
Okay.
Okay, just
All right. So, let's see here. We have. I'm just checking some character sheet stuff here. Actually, can everybody just click on their? It doesn't work. God dang it.
gosh darn it.
Everybody, just tell me their passive perception.
13.
Perception.
14.
12.
Let's see. Passive
Actually, to make life easier,
There you go. That works.
so you can actually see it.
Passive perception.
It's at the bottom of your skills.
Yes, it says passive wisdom.
Yeah, passive wisdom parentheses perception.
1.
I doubt that.
It would be
You're getting -9 to your
your
wisdom.
wisdom modifying score with just base.
Yeah,
10.
if you see your skills right underneath it, there's another separate spot right above your
Oh,
tools. And stuff.
11.
Yeah.
There you go.
Don't feel bad. It took me a minute, like right before I explained where it was.
Yeah, there's my phone.
Okay. So none of you notice what's going on.
What's going on? Say
Delightful.
something.
You all, however, do notice that pretty much almost out of nowhere, a lithe, casually dressed, pale-skinned, elvish woman with stark white hair sits down at your table. She sits not necessarily as a lady might, but not like brash or open. Just very casually sits
How
and
do we?
looks around the table.
How do you pronounce your name again? Is it Roshia? Roshia?
Rashia.
I'm going
Roshia,
to nod at her and say, Roshia, I presume.
You can do it.
Bonzo looks over at Sen and goes, "Oh, this Raven, Reaver? What?"
No, Bonza.
Well, she looks over at Sen and smiles. She says, "You have 2 seconds to tell me how you know that name."
Well, we had a conversation with Lossian earlier. Said that we may be able to come to you for information. Sets a glass down in front of her and holds up the decanter and says, Do you like the blue? Have you tried it?
Says, no, I don't drink. Not when I'm on the job.
Right. Well, takes the glass, sets it down, starts pouring the blue.
Says, and what exactly would Laucian want with me?
We are looking for information. He says you owe him a favor. We need to know about a human noble goes by the designation of Longfang. And he sips at the blue a little bit, trying to remain as casual as possible.
Bonza kind of takes one of the broom's glasses and pushes it over to her of red.
She seems to ignore any offers of drink and kind of smiles and looks around. She says, and how, in the name of Kyber, do you all know Lucian?
Well, our friend here, Mr. Galish, has gone on many travels with him. I personally have just met him recently, but we've taken on a job for him. Anyway, Dada?
Dardar nods his head. Yes. Laucian and I have met on travels. Him being of his work and me being a monk, I travel quite frequently. And then one day we met and I decided to stay by his side, for he was of good heart and seemed someone I could trust.
Ah, so you know that Laucian? She smiles.
I know other bits of Laucian as well, but none to be discussed in kind company. Kind of after saying such, nods, kind of like head down, but kind of squinted eyes. Like, I know what you're talking about, and it should not be brought up amongst everyone.
She nods. Let me guess. He's cashing in that favor.
That is what seems to be implied.
Right. Good. So we won't be needing this lot anymore. She gestures around the entire tavern. And then reaches into a pouch on her belt and pulls out a small bell and jingles it. And upon the chime of the bell, everyone in the tavern that isn't part of the group stands up simultaneously and walks out.
Whoa.
Well, that is something I hadn't anticipated.
Dardar puts a hand on Bonza in assumption that she's going to get up and leave with everyone else. No.
Yeah, she totally starts to stand up. She thought
we're doing this. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, this is what we're doing today? Okay.
Osric just continues drinking casually, like, whatever.
Bonza is unable to keep, like, chill for anything, so she's just kind of staring at her. Just wide-eyed. Totally taken by her beauty.
Well, it seems that you have quite a bit of sway.
She says, well, one of my background should.
And one of your background is what?
Assassin.
I figured as much, but I didn't want to assume.
Smart choice to make. And she kind of looks around and says, well, if you're looking to cash in this favor, what exactly are you looking to get from me? Sounds like information of some sort about some noble.
Believably, this Longfang is leading an organization, well, a sect of an organization known as the Emerald Claw. And they are planning on attacking a Church of the Silver Flame soon. And we are looking to put an end to that before it begins.
Ah. Lucian's got you doing his dirty work for him, then.
Well,
Love.
doing this more or less gets us a ticket into the Wayfinders Foundation.
He pays pretty good, says Osric.
Is that what he's offering you now?
It's a difficult
see.
organization to get into.
What kind of benefits? I'm just kidding.
And she kind of leans back, puts one foot up on top of the table, and says, well, if you're looking for information on the Emerald Claw, I do have quite a bit of that. Although, why should I tell any of you?
Because you owe Lausian a favor. And from what I am aware of, people that owe Lausian favors always pay up.
Bonza leans in on the table. Please?
And she kind of gives a side-eye glare at Dardar, but looks over at Bonza and kind of mirrors back a sweet smile and says, fine, I can give you some information, but I'm going to expect something more if you want everything that I know. Here's what I can tell you. I can tell you the exact day that this group intends on attacking one of these churches. Which
Okay.
is 3 days from now.
But you say 3 days from now. But how many? What
If you
numbers are
want-
we looking at?
If you want more information, I'll need more from you.
What is your price? Darter says, looking to the group, hoping that everyone is on the same page. Like, we will pay what we need to get this information.
Sen is uncharacteristically quiet while watching her.
Osric takes out his lute again. I'm willing to pay anything.
At this, Sen just rolls his eyes.
Bonza shuffles around in her bag and pulls out a rabbit's foot and kind of
She kind of
holds it out.
looks up in a very exaggerated maneuver of deep thought, and kind of rubs at her slight chin and says, well, let's see. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I might need something later on. How about all of you just owe me?
Are you talking all of us individually or all of us collectively?
I'll just say yes.
She is of the likes of Lausian. When she means that we owe her, we all owe her.
Right.
I might decide that all of you can cash it in at the same time, but if one of you has a particular skill that I might need and don't, I might cash them in individually. Who knows? I'm a woman of many tastes.
Osric hopes he has the skill that she needs.
Oh, please, God.
Back of his head, he's like, I hope. Hope.
Right.
Dardar
When-
has yet to remove his eyes from her. Just like she gives off a bad vibe to him. Like, you're helping us, but at your benefit instead of like cashing in the favor that is owed to someone else.
When she says many tastes, Bonza grabs a couple of different types of pushes them towards
At which point she kind of looks, and her expression changes, and she kind of eyes the decanters and takes her leg off the table, leans forward, and grabs one of the decanters, kind of sniffs at it and tastes it, and says, "You know, I've never gotten the chance to taste these house wine. I hear they're quite interesting."
The gold is spectacular.
The copper is, I don't want to be rude, but mediocre at best.
It tastes like blood, doesn't it?
Yes, I assume that's why they put it in the copper glass. Almost a poor taste and pun.
Pennies.
She
What?
smiled.
Pennies.
Pennies?
Yeah.
Tastes like pennies.
Try the black.
That's what I'm getting.
Try the black one.
Says, "Oh, I've heard about the black one. A bit too much for my taste."
Red good?
And she
Well-
crosses her arms and says, "So, do we have a deal?"
I'm in.
Bonzo looks around at everyone and shrugs.
I see why not.
Strums a note on his lute, but nods in agreement.
Dardar just nods.
Very well. I can also tell you the exact time that my contacts say that they plan on attacking, as well as the numbers that they might be expected to use on the attack.
However, there are dozens of churches. Can you
There
narrow
are.
it down to where?
I can narrow it down to the district, but not to the exact church. I know that this particular district happens to have several of them. But we're talking in the numbers of 3 or 5 in comparison to many dozens.
Well, that's much better anyway.
We have a couple days to search.
You say 3 days. That gives us time to at least scout out the location of the 3 to 5 churches and make preparations at each.
You're looking at the Mid-Memphis district. It's interesting district. My suggestion is you look into the several different churches in that area. What I understand, there's less than 6 of them. As for timing on the 3rd day, it's going to be before noon. And the numbers you should expect should be... Oh, let's see if I can remember. Somewhere close to 12 men.
Will we expect you amongst this number?
Oh, I don't deal with them.
Good. Good.
Right.
I can also tell you where to start looking for the cell, although my contacts are quite tight-lipped on where they might be found. You'll have to do quite a bit more searching yourselves to track them down entirely. And as far as my group tells, there's more than one cell in this particular city. Backups for their backups, you might say. There's also whispers that they don't plan on attacking just one, but several on the same day.
At the same time?
Yes. Of course, that's just a rumor. I don't have any substantial evidence on that one.
One can only hope that they choose one instead of many, for I fear that we may not be able to help all of them.
Perhaps not. Although, make it too difficult for them to actually do the attack might prevent them from doing so entirely.
Straight
Or-
to the source.
It could potentially make them desperate. And we all know what a desperate predator tends to do.
Ostrich leads in. Cut the head of the snake, huh? Any
That
clear-
would be a tough thing to do. Cutting the head of a snake in this particular case is more like cutting the head of a hydra.
Indeed.
You'll have to find more than just the head, but the brain itself, and sever it from the rest of the group. If my intuition is correct, this, Long Fang, you said?
Yes.
He would likely be the brains of the operation. I've heard rumors, whispers even, of someone who's very well tied that's running the show here in Sharn. Someone who's not only well tied, but a dangerous individual all own. There are a few men in this city that go by that particular description. But only one actually comes to mind, who also happens to be Karnath.
Change places!
She looks around. Smiling, almost waiting.
Drawing a blank.
Do go on.
No, go on. Tell us.
The elf turns into a fucking Leonin now. And as he's sipping the wine, he stops, looks at it, spits it the fuck out, waves down one of the attendants and says, "Ale, please."
What attendant?
Oh, right, everybody took off, didn't
Yeah.
they?
Everybody's gone.
All right, fuck it. He notices that everybody is gone, and he just sets the glass down and says, "Huh, well, that's interesting, isn't it?"
And she leans forward in her seat a little bit, looking at the Leonin. Interesting.
"Can I help you in some manner?"
She kind of looks over the Leonin and smiles and says, "Maybe." She leans back and she says, "The man that you're looking for is likely named Davith Karlach. He's a noble of interesting tastes. Only thing that I can say is that you'll only be able to find him at night, and you don't want to get on his bad side."
Nidus's eyes narrow at her.
Otherwise, that's all the information that I rightly have.
Well, then I suppose we might be done here, and I can get myself a goddamned ale.
Quick out of character banter. I need to restart my laptop real quick. It's like the whole roll D20 is not working for me.
No worries.
So I shall be right back.
Well, she smiles, says, "Well, since I already have all of your consent to be future contacts, I think our business is concluded here, yes?"
looks around to everybody else as if to say, when the fuck was this decided?
Bonza just pats him on the head.
Ignores him and just nods in agreement. Yes.
Right.
Good. Well, then I suppose you'll be hearing from me later, at some point.
I hope so.
Otherwise, I wish you all luck in your endeavors to stop this shady little group.
What would be the best way to contact you for future reference?
Relatively
She's
certain
not.
she'll find us.
She
Oh, I
points
believe
at
that.
She points at the Leonin. That's more accurate, yes.
You'll find us when you want us to be found, and we won't be able to find you.
Precisely.
Fair enough.
Side note, out of character banter, someone is kicking one of my viewers in and out of my Discord server, so I'm going to hop out for like maybe 2 minutes.
Okay.
It keeps getting... Uno momento, por favor.
By and by, the way that she actually leaves is that she just stands up, and then a slight glow emanates from her back, and she just disappears. All right, so you guys you guys have yourselves a nice little hip before allowing to rest off the alcohol and
Any poison that she might have slipped us.
yeah.
I can check any
But-
of the drinks for poison.
Which by and by, if anybody wants to actually make a for Arcana, Intelligence Arcana, to see what it was that actually caused her to disappear, you can feel free to do so.
Yeah. what the hell.
Sure. Why not?
I ain't seen shit.
Yeah, I ain't seen shit either.
Everybody's just like,
We ain't found
wow.
Whoa, she's so hot.
I will
Okay.
do one.
I shall do
Arcana?
I
one as
was too afraid to actually look at her.
well. Oh, okay.
I
too saw nothing.
was looking at her the whole time.
Yeah, BB is completely oblivious.
Even though
Yeah.
he got that +5.
Yeah, that sweet, sweet +5. Roll the
You
one.
know what? Fuck it.
Inspiration,
Watch this.
0 point.
I was looking at this leggy blonde.
Whoa. Sorry.
Oh,
No one's
Bonza.
having good rolls tonight.
Except for me.
Yeah.
I got one.
Nobody knows
Right.
what the hell just. Dardar got the closest, but not quite.
Whoa. That's a cool trick.
Okay. So, you guys sleep it off. When you guys wake up in the morning, we have rooms in the Drunken Dragon. When you come back, it's like nothing had happened the prior night. All the patrons and working people are all there. Like last night just didn't happen.
Yeah, when someone like her comes around, yeah, I would pretend nothing happened as well.
One of the nice things is since the servers were fake, didn't have to pay them.
You guys
As
didn't
they don't remember what happened last
They
night.
took off before we could. There wasn't anyone there to pay.
And they have no recollection.
Who said they got their minds wiped? What?
No, I believe they were all working for her.
Yeah.
So they pretend nothing happened.
Actually, the reason why I asked what everybody's passive perception was is because you would have noticed that there would have been people that were literally coming and telling the other patrons to leave. and more or less replacing them. This happened over the course of the night,
Yeah.
and even the servers were being replaced.
Replaced by whom?
Per lackeys.
More or less.
Agents.
Okay.
Easiest thing to call them, lackeys.
Cronies.
I'll go with cronies because wackies almost sounds offensive. So we'll go with cronies.
They
Lackeys,
identify
not-
as henches, please.
Yes.
Henches.
Oh, great. Great. Are we working for Henchco now? Thank you for getting that reference.
Zing.
A beautiful morning. All right, let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Right. So, we have a general area of where these churches are going to be attacked. I say, if they're going to attack a church, I believe they're going to want to attack the biggest one with the biggest congregation. That should narrow our search down even farther.
I agree.
It is sound. They
Sound
might
reasonable.
attack the smallest one. If they don't have the numbers either.
But you must think, she said roughly a dozen. Attacking a small church that has small reach does nothing. Attacking a larger church with a smaller number means you are a force to be reckoned with.
A statement.
I believe that we should start either at the largest church and its gathering of people, or at the bottom with the smallest amount of people. See who has made who angry.
Well,
I vote
I'm going to the big one.
Das Wegen.
I will join you, my friend.
All right.
Wait,
so
I'm considered a monstrous race now, right?
You are.
Okay.
Mhm.
Hey, look,
now.
my favorite enemy.
So are we splitting the group now? Is that the
Yes,
consensus?
but Ivara, you know that I'm a changeling. I don't know if a changeling
don't.
is a monstrosity.
I don't think so.
No, it's humanoid.
Dardar is not with the Dardar is not with the idea of splitting up because he fears that this, as soon as we do split up, given our group and the people that have seen us, they might attack at any given moment, and if we're not at what's it called? If we're not at full strength, someone might take advantage of that. But if it is the group consensus, he will go with it. If that makes sense.
Bonza likes the friends to stay together, but she always kind of follows
Yeah.
the.
Exactly. If we're gonna split up and that's the group decision, I'm for it. I just would prefer if we stayed together.
Well, I'm going to the big one. Who's coming with me?
Bonza starts to kind of like, not quite skip after you, but brisk little trot.
Dardar taps the lower part of his spear to the ground, making the metal clank. I will join you, my friends.
You have my loot, says Osric.
My ass. I mean axe.
Right.
Let's go.
I'd say we can
right,
examine these churches today and perhaps find our target tomorrow.
Okay. So you guys head over to let's see here. flute, magic flute.
Should we warn Lucian just in case, so he can have somebody at least watch the other ones that were not that?
I think not until we get more information.
That's a decent idea, but Lucian doesn't come out until nightfall. He's a vampire.
That is true.
I wouldn't accuse him of that, but okay.
I mean, he may not come out to nightfall, but he might be in improper company, if you know what I mean.
Oh my.
Given his bodliness.
Well,
God damn it.
we'll find him tonight after we examine the churches.
Days, hopefully. Onward to the largest church in the district.
Alright, so you guys head over to the Memphis Plateau district. Or the Memphis Plateau. This particular area has lots of districts, but Mid-Plateau, you're looking primarily at, let's see here, you're looking at Everbright District, Casson Bridge, the University, and let's see here, that would be Ivy Towers. So these particular districts are mostly like magic items, magical goods and exotic components and such, as well as modest to comfortable quality living areas and mercantile areas, as well as the university, known as Moorgrave University, which is the second largest magical and otherwise non-typical education university in the entire continent. This particular district isn't quite known, or these particular districts aren't quite known for their presence of the churches of Silver Flame, which is why there aren't that many of them. In fact, across that particular part of the district, you only really hear of 3 of them. 2 of which are kind of offshoots that are part of primarily used for those that actually either teach or learn at the university, whereas there is one actual like proper cathedral to the Church of Silver Flame that's kind of in the middle of the.
I think that would be the most high-profile target.
The fanciest one.
Nidus just kind of looks around to see if anyone else has any more input. No?
Bonds is just kind of following you at this point. You know her.
I am not very good at human interaction.
I've been muted.
And you fail.
Yeah, Dardar is under the assumption that you are you've taken this task by the reins, and so therefore you lead it. So he's following you and your lead.
Current personality does anyway.
Yeah.
Right, well, okay then. And, Nidus just starts walking up to the cathedral.
All right. All things considered, this is not the largest cathedral that you've seen for the Silver Flame, but it's not exactly small either. There are people coming and going. People inside are praying and otherwise practicing their faith of the silver flame. Against the far wall is a huge symbol of this particular faith, as well as what looks to be a cardinal who wears brilliant white robes trimmed in silver and red, who stands kind of at the head of the church and looks to be in deep thought.
Nidus kind of looks around to the party before placidly walking up to this cardinal.
The cardinal looks around and says, what brings the likes of all of you here to...
Bonza straightens up herself in her bird, trying to look kind of proper.
We have reason to believe that this church may be in danger.
This church and others alike.
He looks at you, almost confused. And what makes you believe this?
We have gathered information that that a terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw intends to attack churches of the Silver Flame. This is the biggest one in this current district, so this one would make the most spectacle, as it were.
Yes, I've heard rumors of attack. Not exactly certain how true they are, but since these rumors have grown, we have had many of our practicing paladins continue their rounds in the area. We do have security amplified since these rumors have started spreading.
That is a good idea. Believably, you should have them more amplified in 2 days' time.
We come to you with this information not to bring worry, but to bring awareness to what might come. Because we are not certain if it will be here or if it will be at another gathering or a different church. But we thought we would start here at least. Maybe your people could spread the word amongst their followers to see if they know anything.
He nods, says, yes, well, I can do my best to spread the word, but if you believe that this particular church is more at risk than the others, what information might you have that makes you think so?
What makes us think this is our informant says that they should be attacking in about a dozen or so people. A large church such as this one, taken by a smaller number of people, would show that they have great power with less numbers. That is why we came here first.
I see. And what source is it that's telling you that this particular church is the one that has the higher chance to be attacked?
The source that this one would make the biggest headline.
Can I go with an intimidation check? Not necessarily an intimidation, but this is the best way to describe it. It's using Blood Raven's names. Like, are you familiar with this name?
Name dropping?
Yes, name dropping. Yeah.
Persuasion.
Persuasion? Okay. Hold on, let me... Are you familiar with the name Blood Raven?
Fuck! Hero point.
Nidus just looks at him like, are you fucking serious?
Did you just see that?
just kind of coughing as I say Blood Raven, just because like almost out of fear for it. It's like maybe someone else should ask you. I'm sorry.
Because I can't say that I have heard that name.
How about Roshia?
The way you said it it made me believe that you knew what I was talking about.
No, I can't say I've heard that name either.
Fuck.
Oy. Let us just say that our source is very good. They say that it will be in this district. This church in particular will make the biggest impact. That is why we came to you. In 2 days' time, close your doors, bar them. Your god will be there the next day.
Ooh, I like that. How well known is Lausian in this area?
Not
Dardar's
very.
just gonna keep dropping any names that he
Dude,
knows.
it's like, Lausian, yeah, friend of a friend.
Lausian's very well known in this. Roll it 1. Fuck!
On this specific pebble stone that I'm standing on.
Ooh, thank you, Corgi.
So,
I know.
so here's something that's going on right now. You notice that as the Leonin starts to raise his voice and talk a bit more threateningly, a few men in full plate armor start to take notice around the church, slowly moving towards you. You'll also notice that you're getting that the Leonin in particular is getting quite a few nasty looks from the people around the entire church. Can I get a intelligence religion from everyone? Pretty
Oh,
please.
Jesus.
You sure can, bud.
Not for me.
I'm a monk. My religion should be great.
So do I just click intelligence or?
No, you click
no,
religion.
it's
It's
on
in
your
your skills.
Let's see.
I have my headset on. I can hear everything that's going on. I'm going to go refill my drink, so I should be back momentarily.
Get it?
Well then.
Interestingly
Suddenly,
enough-
Nidus just turns around and punches Dardar square in the face.
So PB, you. You're the only one that.
Just to say that wasn't very nice.
Ow.
You're the only one that actually knows anything significant enough to kind of make any bit of difference here. You happen to know that the Church of the Silver Flame actually has a bit of a grudge for anyone that it deems to be a lichen. So the Church of the Silver Flame at one point went on crusade against those that were cursed by lycanthropy. So werewolves, werebears, tigers, etc. Unfortunately, because of their bloodline, shifters were also caught in this particular mess. And a lot of people who have faith in the Silver Flame don't really like, or at least don't trust, shifters, and consequently anyone who looks like a half person, half animal. Like, for instance, lizard folk and Leonin.
So the two people that are trying to talk with them.
Precisely.
Ah, fuck.
By and by, Mr. Leonin, Nidus, go ahead and make your choice of either a charisma persuasion or a charisma intimidate check do so on disadvantage.
Oh, you guys suck.
And by the love of God, roll high.
I mean, I can.
Fuck!
Oh, decent.
Okay.
With the way things been rolling,
Hero point?
That's 16. That's still pretty high. You can roll a hero point if you really want to make it higher.
Just got back. I heard something about lizard folk because I lost
20.
connection halfway.
They don't like you.
Yeah.
They don't like
your
me?
kind.
Wow,
The
that's
church
very
don't like you.
speciesist of them.
20.
Literally,
Well,
it is.
It is.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
literally it is. Yeah, the Silver Flame don't like half beings.
But we need that.
They
include
particularly, yeah. Well,
They really
Not
don't
necessarily
like
love,
things that
just-
are half human, half animal.
Yeah, yeah.
Then fuck them. Let them burn.
Well, I hope it's not this fucking church as we walk out.
Writes, please raid me on the side of it. Like a kick me sign.
Oh.
So, yeah, that 20 there for you, sir. That will be enough to not drop them down to hostile. In fact, it's going to keep them right there at neutral. And he says, the cardinal kind of sighs and nods, and he says, very well. We'll look into making sure that our security is at least improved by the third day you speak of. In any case, might any of you have any more business here?
Dardar just mildly offended. Just doesn't say a word to him. Just kind of and just kind of looks away.
No, our kind isn't exactly welcome here, is it? And yet we are still trying to save you. He says this and turns and walks away.
Dardar follows.
Bonza absolutely follows.
Var will follow too, seeing how they handled it.
AZ, what is it? Nidus?
Nidus.
Yeah, Nidus.
Okay.
So, the Leonin is basically Leonidas. So, the Leonin Nidus.
Yeah, you're, the little character emblems at the bottom of the screen are overlapping a couple times, so I don't see when yours changes.
Ah.
So I'm keeping an eye on your chat for, when your character changes. I just have a hard time. I don't know the numbers exactly, but now I do. As we're walking away, Dardar looks to Nidus. It's what do we call a fuck 'em moment?
He smirks at this, actually. Showing a
Go ahead.
showing a very sharp, toothy grin.
We try to help them, but they do not like our kind. Pity if they would burn.
Yes, very much a pity. We do it because it is the right thing to do.
I couldn't agree more, friend. If only they weren't so close-minded towards us.
Okay, so something is going to happen on your way out. Give me one moment.
Oh, is it?
Is it now?
We're gonna die!
Random battle.
And then there was a church protest. Oh no! There was a church protest, and all their signs said, "Keep God out of our guilds."
Yeah, Silver Flame's a bit of a... what's the best way to
Fanatical?
say it? No. They're an interesting group, because they have kind of a mixed background, but they're also kind of the closest to like your traditional Catholic / Christian belief group in Eberron, but they're very far from it to the same degree. Like, it's really interesting. If you want to know more about them, I suggest looking them up. They're a very interesting group, despite their... And frankly, so the only group of Silver Flame members that tend to hold on to the grudge are specifically those that practice in Shorn. Because the highest concentration of Silver Flame practitioners outside of Sharn are in Thrain, which is where the religion originated. So,
just for my knowledge, because I've got a map open on a different tab. Where are we currently located at again? We've said a lot of names, and I'm trying to remember them all.
you guys are in Breland, like very, very far south Breland, along the Dagger River.
Okay.
Towards the hilt. There's a small little thing there that says Sharn.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. I just wasn't down on it yet. I'm trying to, like, for my stream, like you're saying locations, and I'm trying to find them real quick. Like, hey, here's where this is in reference of.
Yeah.
Where we are. Okay, cool.
It's actually an insanely huge map for just being like one continent in the entire.
Oh yeah, no, I'm in agreement. It's pretty big. There's a lot going on.
And the Leonin transforms back into the elf.
Dardar as a character, I don't think he'll ever get used to seeing this happen. But we'll just come to terms like, if I say something, I might die. So it's just let it go.
Let it go.
Live and let fucking live.
God damn it.
There will always, like, if it happens mid combat, I'm pretty sure like it will catch Dardar off so much, like mid sway, that he might have disadvantage just because he's so. He's not used to this. He's not used to seeing it. Like, a few weeks, months down the road of our characters, he'll get used to it. But, like, as of now, like, being together with the group for a handful of days, it will take some time for him to get used to.
It's still jarring to him. Yeah.
So, be prepared to be a bit more jarred.
A bit more.
So you guys are a bit more darred. Dardar is jarred.
Get dark.
So you guys are on your way walking out of the church. At which point you notice a woman stand up from the back of the church and make her way towards the front. It looks like she's trying to be sly, but drawing just a little bit too much attention to herself. At which point she bumps into the Leonin, and pretty much everyone is just able to see her slip a piece of paper into the Leonin's pocket before she continues on towards the front.
Now, is this before he became an elf again, or like she bumped into him and then he became an elf?
Well,
just poof! Oh shit! This lady has magic powers.
Yes, actually, this happens before he turns into an elf.
Okay.
She got the magic touch.
And Link, you might want to check your Discord.
I mean, when a lady touches me, I immediately transform into the suave bard.
Immediately transform into the most pleasing of species.
Oh, God.
Oh, dear, what is this? Outside the church now, he checks his pocket.
Link, check your
Discord.
your Discord for me, sir.
Discord. Shabba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da, shabba-da-ba-ding-dong. Let's see.
I'm also then going to need you to describe what just happened in your own words.
Okay. Interesting. So, whew. So some shit went down, and within the matter of a few seconds, the Leonin changes into something that we have never seen from him before. He does not change into Tomba. He does not change into Sen. He does not change into Nidus. He does not change into Avae. He does not change into any of these. What he does change into is a very, very pale-skinned woman with silver green hair down to her shoulders, almost no nose or lips or anything to speak of, eyes white as snow, wearing all of the clothes that Nidus was wearing, and then suddenly an absolute angry face comes over this almost featureless face. Yeah, that was words. And she shifts again into an unfamiliar drow. Dark elf. Before once again shifting into Sen. Who then clutches his head and says, "Whoa, bugger! Have you ever stood up too fast and all of a sudden your head just goes wild?"
Bonza has.
Yes, that is what I'm feeling, but I'm just standing here.
Osric is just in shock.
That was
seeing
new.
that.
Dardar looks to Sans. Are you okay, my friend?
Yes, I'm fine. I believe I need a minute. I have a wicked headache.
BRB, need to tend to doggies.
Please take a seat. I don't want you to be harmed.
We're in the middle of the street here, Dada.
That's fine. If you do not feel well, sit where you need to sit. Be it here in the street, up against the wall over there, or up against that man's cart. Whatever
Dardar
makes you
speaks
feel
the truth.
best.
Take his advice. Let me take a look at you too.
Says the medic.
Osric moves closer, just kind of like, huh? Never seen that ever.
Well,
I mean, I said that out loud.
I will try to take.
what are
the
we
note
talking
from
about?
his hand.
I have a headache. What is the problem?
It looks like you have AIDS, friend.
You have AIDS.
I will take the note from his hand to read it.
Oh, it's in his pocket.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, he
Yeah.
took it out.
Everybody. Oh yeah, you said you pulled it out of your pocket after you got out, right?
Yeah,
You're still doing that?
sure.
Okay. Well, in it is a note written in Elvish, which is quite handy, being who you actually turned into.
Also can read Elvish.
Yeah. The note says, "I know who you're looking for," and it says, "Meet me here," and gives a rough location on where to go.
This gives off Roshia vibes, or Roshia vibes, however you pronounce it.
Well, provided Ivara tells us what it says.
Oh, you can read it too, can't you? You're an elf.
You took it from me.
Oh, true. I'm like, wait. Trying to think of like, wait, did I?
If it were draconic or dwarven, maybe, I could read it.
Yeah, no, I'll relay it back.
I think we should be careful of that one. She touched me and I got this wicked ass headache.
Yes.
Fine by. If anybody is actually looking around to find this woman, you guys kind of look around and then she's just gone.
She
You don't see her
gone.
anymore.
I was about to ask, can I make a perception check or an investigation check to see if this
Yeah,
woman is still...
Yeah, go ahead and do an active perception if you'd like.
I shall. Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Ah.
If I make one, would it be on disadvantage?
Yes.
I feel like it should be. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the headaches are brutal, man.
Yes. She says to meet her at a certain place, but you definitely aren't going near that person.
So, Dardar, you saw her for a minute. You had eyes on her when this all fired. But when Sen went through this whole spell, you kind of looked over at him real quick, and then back over at the woman. And by the time you looked back over, the woman that you were looking for just was nowhere to be found. Do an intelligence check.
So is this... okay, I'll do an intelligence. But is this a like, almost an illusion thing? It's like, I could have swore I saw her.
Oh no, it was clear as day. She's a real person. Definitely bumped into him. But it literally, you look at him, you take your eyes off a moment, looking at Sen, and then look back to where the woman was, and the woman's just not there. All right, yeah, you don't really garner much else from that.
Can I do an investigation and see if I can find anything that she might have dropped that we can follow?
A shoe, perhaps?
Oh god.
A single
A glass slipper?
I mean, you can, but you don't.
Parking ticket, perhaps?
You can if you'd like, but it probably wouldn't be as beneficial.
Oh, look, a coupon for Bed Bath & Beyond.
This bitch sleep comfortably.
No. I find
Yeah, you don't really seem to be able to track her down.
All right. Well, what's the note say?
The note says that she knows who we're looking for and to meet her at a certain place.
I guess we have no choice.
Given the effects that that Sen had receiving this note, can I do an Arcana check on this to see if like the note is magical, or was that already done?
You can try. You can see if anything, what
If it
kind
has,
of
like,
magics might be at work here.
If like for whatever reason, like if there was a spell attached to it which would cause this sort of disarray that we all
Or would that
all
be
experienced.
detect?
Yeah, you can make it. You can make the check, see if there's any, if you can recall any kind of magics that might do this.
Would that be Arcana, or what would be the check for that?
Yeah, it would be an intelligence Arcana check.
Okay. Nope.
Yep, you're not sure.
Let's see.
You can't tell the difference between if this was some kind of magical effect exterior, or if this is just simply his natural shape-shifting thing that he's been doing, just going haywire.
Yeah. Okay. Which seems more characteristically accurate to my characters. Like, okay, he's a shapeshifter. Don't know how I feel about it. Not sure if this is a side effect or not.
You already called him friend.
I call everyone my friend. That is Dardar's thing. You can be my enemy. You'll be my friend as I'm stabbing you.
Friend.
Would I be able to do a medicine check, see if I can do anything to help his headache?
I believe that's what Osric was trying to do before, but yeah, you can.
You can try medicine.
I hope I don't make it worse.
Wang. Oh. Give him the wrong drug.
You more or less.
Just a laxative.
Good news! It's a suppository.
News, everyone.
Okay, so Ostrich is just kind of telling Sen to, sit
some
down,
water.
drink some water, kind of, doing the normal checks and balances of
Temperature check.
yeah, that kind of stuff. Whereas PB is like, no, wait, I think he should keep standing and look to the sky or something.
Stand on your head.
He's
Stand on your
contradicting
head.
almost everything that you're saying.
In the sun.
Dardo's
Not-
like, no, you're giving him his temperature in the wrong place. It's a rectal. It's a rectal thermometer.
Between the two of you, it's kind of going back and forth. You don't really actually.
Tiny has an attachment for that.
None of us are doctors that think they're doctors.
Gentlemen, I only have a bloody headache. Calm down.
Good. How old are you, Sen?
How old am I?
Yes.
I'm 29, for God's sake. At least I think.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
No, I'm an elf. I'm 129, for God's sake.
Okay. that checks off half the illnesses that I think it could be.
Cool.
All right, so now what?
I think we dove a little too deep in that.
Well,
But no.
now we have, I believe, Ostrich speaks up and says, guys, we have no choice but to follow that note. It may be a trap.
We also
But we
need to
have
meet
to-
Lucian, though,
And tell him what?
and tell him everything that we learned from Bloodraven.
Doesn't need to know.
I feel that he might be our closest contact to her, and that any information that we push to him could be sent out to her.
What's the
maybe
note?
more?
What's the
More
location of the
information.
note? What does the note say to go? Because
It
we
says
have
meet
to
her
backtrack.
here.
Is it meet her here later today? Meet her? Can we do a round trip?
Said this evening.
Yes.
I'm going to look. If it the note says specifically meet her here. Correct.
Meet her at a location.
Okay. Does it specify the location?
Yes.
Yeah, it gives you rough location on where. It's in the same
Vicinity.
same district, same vicinity, and
Okay. I'm going to suggest that we go to the vicinity of which the note says we should go, but also scout out the the surrounding buildings to that vicinity to potentially look for either traps or any sort of information.
Yes, plantings.
Oh. Someone actually threw it?
in short order, might I add.
Wait, what happened? Am I missing something here? Or is
I think
it
I'm
the
missing
Discord.
team?
Look at the Discord.
Oh.
Snakes.
Next tat right there.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, some of us think that we should go back to Losian and tell him something.
You're gonna go tattle.
Yeah,
Well-
tattle that she told us to come here and find. I mean,
Well,
shrug.
The man is a
I don't see a reason
vampire,
for him.
so if we meet this woman here tonight, we might
Okay.
still make it over to Lucian before he, I don't know, retreats to his coffin and dies for the night or whatever.
Or vampires do.
We could do both. Okay, I'd say let's scout out the area. And
Okay, go ahead and do. Here, I believe that for you guys will be an investigation check.
kaboom!
Yeah.
I actually have a high investigation.
Do it.
I almost clicked intimidation.
Fuck!
Okay.
Well, I got 16 on that one.
Oh, hey.
Oh my
Ouch.
lord!
Where's my
The
plus
two people
five?
with The two people with the highest investigation got the lowest rolls.
Circuit board frying. Don't know where am.
Error, error, error.
Should
I
have
may
been
need
your
a sentry's
face.
rest.
Batteries are low.
Recharge.
We need to craft him some solar panels. Put on mobile charging.
Solar panel by given this era, it's just a plant collecting the sunlight.
Photosynthesis.
Hey, that might work.
Photosynthesis.
Magic.
Photosynthesis.
All right. So, given the investigation of where we are, does anyone notice anything?
No.
Okay.
It just looks like it's an area that's not really super populated. It's kind of a transit area. It's kind of hard to have like alleyways, quote unquote, this far up in the towers, but it is like a smaller bridge area that's less populated. There's no like merchants or carts set up on it. Kind of the road less taken between like the mercantile area,
Okay.
the actual like residential area.
So you brought up a bridge. Is there a visible walkway under the bridge, or is there like a river going through it with like some sort of embankment that you could walk on the sides of it?
We're high up.
Yes, but I mean, there's a lot of that stuff all over the bridges. Sure.
Okay.
Mysterious note.
The mysterious
Yes.
note.
So
Given
dumb.
I'm just sharing that so everybody in the chat can see it.
oh, hold on, let me bring it back up on mine. Oh no. Oh, mysterious.
I'll be
note. There we
fine
go.
tuning this, FYI.
The sneaky snack on the broom.
Why does he look so angry?
I know, right?
Yeah, you
He's
should look
chilling.
worried.
He was just. This is when he's like, we were talking to Lausian, and he's just very, very locked into this conversation.
I really wish I could edit this note because I would only write "is mysterious" underneath it. Okay, so that's a common thing around here. Given just any sort of knowledge that if someone left you a mysterious note, whatever it may say, they don't want to meet in public's eye. They would most likely want to meet in a somewhat out of public eye's view. So that's why I was asking, under the bridge, is there some sort of embankment for walking upon? Does it seem shadowed?
For this part of Sharn, kind of shadowy and out of the way. This is about as close to that as it gets in this part of Sharn. It's a very like low population. Like there's, as you're doing the investigation, you don't notice anybody.
Okay.
There are much more direct routes to get to where you need to go from one place to the other in both directions than this particular bridge. It looks like this particular bridge probably had the intent of being like a spillway or some sort of emergency exit for one of the other towers. It's not really a very super public bridge.
Do we have
Okay.
to pay a troll to pass through the bridge?
No.
So we don't have to pay the troll toll, so that's good.
Oh,
It
no.
looks like then this place would be very desolate at night, anyways. So
I
why should
I
it be?
suggest we hang out near the bridge, off the road.
We split party.
Split party maybe. Until the person we think who left us this note shows up.
I'd say I vote the same thing. We split up, have some people scouting and some people waiting. That way we can protect ourselves in case anything does go awry.
Half the party on one side of the bridge, half the party on the other side.
Depending where she's coming from, yeah.
Sen is just like holding the bridge of his nose between his eyebrows Like his head is still aching and just says, "Fine, sure, that's fine."
Around how long do we have to wait till she arrives? Or they arrive?
Well, how long are you guys actually like fiddling around, looking and doing scouting on this area?
Well, it took us about maybe an hour to look around and not find really that much. Because
Yeah.
there's
Okay.
not much here, so.
So
After
you guys,
split
you
up
guys
and
wait.
reconvene.
Yeah, you guys are looking around and kind of scouting around for. Right about the time that you're ready to just give up and kind of leave and come back later, you see someone walking towards that area. Which, again, this is a road less traveled. There's not really many people walking.
Var would
towards here.
step in front of Sin just in case.
Okay, well, the person looks and sees everyone. It's a normal-looking, almost peasant, not like dressed in like rags or anything like that, but just normal, common outfit, and kind of a sort of moderately built man. Looks like did a lot of work in the docks at one point, but has been a while since they've done any real high amount of manual labor. And he kind of looks at the entire group and says, "I didn't expect all of you to be here before me."
Well, what did you expect?
As I expected to be here before you, of course.
Well, we are here, and here you are.
Let's get on with it.
Are you the one who slipped the note into my pocket?
The man kind of looks around and sighs. "Yes, I am.
At this point,
Although you'll probably recognize this form more. And before your eyes, this large, muscular man turns into a slight-framed female who looks very familiar, particularly the one that actually bumped into you guys."
at this point, Sen's headache seems to start screaming at him, and he clutches his head with both hands as he transforms back into Avae. And he looks at her utterly pissed off, and he puts an arm on Ivara's shoulder and gently nudges him aside, takes a few steps toward her, and says, "What in the name of the gods did you do to her?"
Drama.
Oh shit! Background.
I'm gonna just step back a bit.
And
Take a step away from this.
Dardar prepares to roll for initiative.
Yeah, hand is on his rapier, ready, kind of like that
Hand
was
ready.
weird.
Hand
The,
ready to grab something.
The female kind of smiles sheepishly, not necessarily in fear, but almost in a bit of it's a forlorn smile, almost that of resent, or not necessarily resent, but
Pity.
no, actually more. She's trying to she's looking like she's trying to look for forgiveness. She says, "Hi, Avae."
Never mind that. What did you do to her?
And the woman before you shifts into a very plain-looking male changeling. Almost featureless face, very similar to that of the Flash of the gray form, gray white-eyed form that our friendly neighborhood shifter turned into before. Except this one's a bit taller. a bit more masculine in shape, and his hair is quite short, almost buzz cut. But
Is he
again,
pale?
yes, he's pale, almost gray in skin, white eyes, and white hair.
Long thing.
Does the name Longfang mean anything to you?
The silence is palpable.
Ave still
Prepared
just
to roll
giving
for
him a
initiative?
demanding look.
There you go, Link. Go ahead and check your Discord again.
Great.
And by the way, in response, he looks over and he says, "No, but I know who Longfang is."
Vaz. What is Vaz?
And the changeling looks at Ave and says, "I'm Vaz.
Well,
Don't you remember?"
well, Vaz. The
Change
question
places!
remains. What did you do to her?
Not what we're here to discuss.
That
Do
is
you want
all
the
I'm
name or
here to
not?
discuss.
He seems to ignore Ave at this point.
Ave, calm down. We will get our answers. They just may take some time, my friend.
Ave then turns into Tomba, but then Tomba drops to his knees, clutching his skull, before turning back into Ave and standing back up. Still looking utterly pissed off. After this exchange is done, I will turn back into Tomba, though.
He says, and this Vaz, whoever he is, turns to the party and says, "Do you want the name or not?"
Yes, very much so. If anything, a name, preferably a location, would be greatly appreciated. If not both.
The name you're looking for is Davith Carlock. He's a noble of sorts. From the old country out in Karnath. I say old country because, well, his ties are a bit more sinister. You won't find Mr. Carlock anywhere in the city during the day. Primarily because he cannot be out during the day.
Out of character banter. I
Can we
feel like
actually-
this is someone that Lausian might know. I feel like
Do we actually have a vampire here?
Well, vampires know who other vampires are, and I feel like this is like again out of character banter. I feel like this is something that we should discuss with Lausian later.
Well, out of character. Agreed.
Agreed. Okay,
Continue.
I agree.
so he cannot be out in the day. He is of vampiric ethnicity currently.
He's of undead ethnicity. He's a vampire.
Ave is still just fucking fixed on this guy.
Was he born vampire or was he turned?
You know, I'm not entirely sure. He's too old to be able to tell.
If he is too old, then he is most likely born. Turned vampires are younger in years. Born seem to be harder to tell.
Well, that's up to you to figure out. All I know is that's the name, and that's the man you're looking for. The tie you so desperately need to bring your two puzzles together. I can't say it's the last piece to your puzzle, but it should be one that helps bring things together, as it were.
Where might we find him?
That's for you to find out, and me to keep secret.
What?
If I tell you exactly where to find him, he'll know that I told you.
You couldn't even give us a vicinity of his whereabouts?
No. The reason I have to tell you who he is my own keep, but the reason I can't tell you where to find him is because if you just go looking for him, he'll know that somebody close to him sent you. If you at least take the time to search, at least he has a chance to know that someone's coming, and less chance of suspecting someone close to him sent you. I don't need my cover blown so early.
Is he at least in the city?
Yes, he has been in the city for a while. Months now. Plotting.
Do you happen to know what he is plotting?
Yes. War.
War.
War never changes.
I was just thinking
Yeah,
that.
Dardar looks to the group like, holy shit, war. That's large scale.
Well,
That's the vibe he's giving off.
Then he looks up at Avae. Says, war is something that you and I, Avae, know a little too much about. Isn't that right? And
No.
he reaches out and places his hand on your shoulder, at which point check your Discord.
And then he uses magic to turn Kyle into a chicken.
A chicken. It's a chicken, I tell you. A giant chicken.
Princess
shit,
Peavy
that's a
steps
giant
out
Arise,
from the
chicken.
shadow.
Chicken arise.
We're talking about war. I mean, you're looking at somebody that was built for war.
So when he touches me, I change once again into the dark elf figure, and there's just a look of ever-loving fucking hatred on my face. I'm guessing before I change back?
No. He holds his hand on you, and as long as his hand's on you, you're in that form.
Okay. Well, in this form, I'm going to go into a rage and attack the closest thing to me, probably him.
At which point he smiles as you start to lash out, and he takes his hand off of you.
And whoop! And realizing what just happened, Avae goes, "What the hell are you doing to me?"
Vaz just kind of crosses his arms and he says, "Glad to see you haven't changed, Avae." And he kind of snickers a bit. Says, "Do with that information what you will. Just make sure that you don't blow my freaking cover. I'm trying to do the best that I can to get rid of these books." He smiles politely, nods his head, turns around, and walks away. And as he's walking away, he shifts back into the form of the male commoner.
I'm gonna go after him. We're not done here.
Dardar.
How are you going after him? Out of curiosity.
I'm following behind him.
Walking? Charging?
Forcibly walking.
Okay.
Power walking.
Yes. Like Oprah
Dard
do.
Walking with a purpose.
Skipping to them.
Prancing.
Dardar, concerned for his companion, follows with not as to cause conflict, but as to back him up in case anything does arise.
Bonza's already kind of been stiff since this whole bullshit was going down because that's her friend, so she's following as well.
Yep.
Well, Faz doesn't even look back. Just continues walking. He says, "Oh, we're done here. Keep arguing with yourself, Avae. We'll stay in touch."
Dardar reaches for Avae, hand on his shoulder. Friend, we must let it go for now. This is something we can address at another time.
No, this is important.
How important it...
I need to know how he knows her, how he knows me, what he did to her.
I understand your frustration, friend.
No, you don't. And he turns back
trying
around to go after Vaz again.
Dardar...
At which point, Vaz is gone. You don't see any signs of where he went.
Well, then Ave takes his mace out and he throws it against the ground with a curse.
And then changes back into...
And then changes back into Tomba, who sees that as it hits the ground and jumps about 6 inches into the air, going, "Oh, Lord!" before gingerly picking it up and putting it away.
Are you good, my friend?
Hardly ever in this city.
Come, we must rejoin the others.
Okay, where are they? Where are they? Where are we? What's... You know what? Stranger things have happened. Let's just go.
Dardar places San Tombe and kind of pushes him along towards the remainder of the group. Like, it's okay. I've got you, my friend.
Bonza places a very gentle hand upon the back as well.
He seems kind of uncomfortable and confused by all of this, but he's accepting of it.
Dardar gives him a look of no need to worry, everything is fine. Like a confirming look, like everything's fine, you're safe. No need to fret.
He finds a slight bit of reassurance in this. Albeit it is slight.
Minuscule, if you might.
Well, it worked in calming him down a little bit. So.
His eyebrows moved a centimeter lower.
Anxiety from 99
to 98.
98.9.
Small victories.
Okay.
Where to now, gentlemen? And lady?
I guess we
Just about to ask.
we go to Lassian now, right? That was the plan?
Yes. Now that we actually have a well.
Bonza pulls a little bit of food out of her bag because she really doesn't know much other ways to comfort certain people, so she just kind of gives it to him.
Dardar looks to the group.
He takes it and munches a bit.
Dardar looks to the group. He goes,
Thank you.
given the information of this man being a vampire, we should go speak to the one that we know. They seem to communicate with one another, and they always know who is who or what is what. I believe that we should go bring this information to Lassian and see what he knows.
Yes, let's go.
See what he can tell us about this dev character.
Oh, I do also know that Laucian is not a vampire. I'm basically just fucking around.
So,
Okay, all right.
Oh, okay. Out of character. I've just been rolling with it because I've heard so many people call him a vampire. So I was just like, all right. I did not remember that. So,
Out of character.
My
I
bad.
just think he's just a creature of the night. Y'all are exaggerating, but just because somebody sleeps in past noon doesn't mean they're a vampire.
out of character. Yeah, no, I've just heard so many people say it, and it's been
Vampire.
a couple weeks since we've played. It was like, okay, Laucian's a vampire. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
totally accurate.
That sounds correct.
How long
I
does
knew
it take us
that.
to get- How long does it take us to get from this district over to Losian's place? Because now it's already kind of nightfall-ish, right? Or what time of day?
Oh no, this would be like this is all happening like about noon.
Oh yeah.
So by the time you guys get back to Laucian, it would be like 1:30.
Yeah, knowing Laucian, he rock and rolls all night and parties every day.
Park tough every day.
Had to make a note for myself.
Laucian, not a vampire.
Although he does have a very similar-ish
Lifestyle.
kind of secret, as it were.
I think I know what it is.
He's a vampire.
This is
Right?
surprise. He's not a vampire. Surprise. He's a vampire.
Got him. I know. Laucian seems like a man of
Many
of
qualities.
information and a man of the night, much like vampires. So I assume he's come across one or thrice in his time. So we shall see. I still think we should bring the information up to him to see what he knows.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys head over to the. I'm assuming you're heading the Gilded Griffin.
Yes.
Laucian's
Yes.
stomping grounds,
Indubitably.
because
Alrighty.
I just want to hear his song.
Play that
Well.
funky music, elf boy.
Oh God.
You beat me to it. I was thinking it, and I was like, Elf Boy or Night Boy? Because he's only out at night.
Oh, Night Boy would have been so good.
Quick, chat, forget everything you just heard. Kyle, say it again. Say it again.
Play that funky music, Night Boy.
Nice.
Oh.
Zing. Such a song.
All right. So you guys head back to the Gilded Griffin. At which point you kind of look around the tavern, and it's kind of barren this time of day. There's not that many people here. Most of the people that are in here are not actually sitting at the chairs proper. They're sitting over at the bar. There are a couple of people, kind of lone scholars, either reading some books or looking over some papers, kind of in the middle of the tavern. But otherwise, no real sign of Laucian.
It's
I guess
very odd.
we should wait a bit.
I think
if
so
he's
too,
a-
but
If he's a character of night, would we? You think he'd be at a brothel house?
he tends to perform around this hour, if not earlier or later. It's very, very odd. Very odd. That he is
One of the servers kind of takes notice to you guys being there. She kind of looks a little surprised, but kind of smiles and walks over and says, are you all looking for Laucian, yes?
Yeah.
yes.
He said someone might come looking for.
I was expecting he's dead.
And she pulls out a little note and says, a little note and a key, and hands it to you. It says, this is the location of one of his current residents. It says that he will be there if you need him. The key there should let you in.
Okay.
Just, that's all he told me to say if someone came looking for him.
Sounds...
Particularly a group with Dardar here.
Looks to the group. Friends, I think we should forego drinks and food and go to his location immediately, for it is unlike him to not be here during performing.
Bonza puts down the breadsticks.
Sounds good?
Sad face.
Oh,
Is this vase?
That is Vaz.
that's what it says.
Ugh.
Damn girl.
Wow.
Sparkle.
I need Blood Raven that day.
Reminds me of a female Grindelwald.
Onward to the note.
Yes, we I assume the rest of the group is as eager as Dardar is to get to Colossian's location.
Yeah, well, you at first you're kind of worried that, well, maybe lost trouble or something, but then you realize that the place that he's actually sending you to is up in the Cloud District.
Oh shit.
We don't go there very often.
As in, up in the district that's literally in the clouds.
Well,
As in, where all the fucking rich folk are.
Get your broom, Bonza.
Seeing
I'm
the
set.
location, Dardar has a bit like a sigh of relief. Okay, like given Laucian's reputation, it makes sense that he'd be in this area.
Well, if we're going all the way up there, he wild shapes into a fucking canary again, and perches on Bonza.
Bonza hops on the broom. She doesn't really take off anywhere. She just kind of hovers where like everyone else is.
Doot doot magic flute. I realize I should probably
Vroom
put-
vroom magic broom.
vroom vroom magic
Yes.
broom.
From Honda.
Also, Tanner muted himself earlier, and he was like, "All hail Snake on Broom."
If I'm not mistaken, it was Praise Be.
Oh,
To
praise
Snake-
be. That's what it was.
Snake on-
Praise him.
I opened the note because I saw it appear. I saw it on my list, and I was like, "Oh, wait a minute, mysterious note." Praise be Snake on Broom.
I love it. This is our new deity as a group.
This is your god now.
I am become
Oh,
death.
God. I only need one deity in my life, please.
For anyone else, we are now hitting 4 hours
Yeah.
of session.
Indeed. You want to go talk to Laucian and then call it?
Yes.
That's what I was hinting at. Either end it before we talk to Laucian, because I feel like that's going to be a good bit of information, or talk to him and then hope that most of us remember what was said during that.
I take good notes. Like, my character is dumb, but metagaming, I know what's going on.
I have been terrible at metagaming. I have taken 0 notes.
I tend to
Well,
take pretty detailed notes while I'm editing the videos up for YouTube.
And the thing is, like, I have a notebook and pen, like, within arm's reach, and I have yet to use either of them.
I have
Okay,
lost
you're
my
in the same
connection,
boat
though.
with me. I cannot take notes for to save my life. So
What?
I'm
Ooh, that's pretty. What my my note taking has been. I should pour more in my glass.
Well, I
Nine
vote
by-
with you on the former that we could stop now and then have the exposition dump mission before we continue on to
yes.
actual stuff on
I
the
would-
next session.
I
This
would
was
say-
a great setup mission, is what we did here. So
Yeah,
Holy
I feel
crap.
like this was character development and mission building session.
We had
Yeah,
a
we don't
D&D
have-
session with no combat. That's the
Yep.
first time it's ever happened to me.
We only had one fuck this time too.
No, we've had a couple.
Two.
Yeah,
Two.
well,
I counted two.
I
all
know I
kept
said it
saying,
at
like-
least twice.
By the way, this highlight here, that's Cloud District.
cool.
Literally, it's
Damn.
all floating on the clouds.
This is too rich for my blood, says Bonza.
But,
I'm just
but
kidding.
what about this building? What about this building over here? What's that?
Is this Asgard?
That's your mom's house.
Hey, man,
That
I'm crying.
Burn.
yeah, that area over there is like, what is it? The cliff top area.
It's only 40 feet away.
We're almost there.
By there is no way to district by foot. You do have to take
Magic.
magic broom or hippogriff or I don't know the
Y'all fucking
There, that-
regret
that
not getting
normal-
brooms now, aren't ya?
that normal
Sure you-
plebeians take is the sky coaches.
Yeah, there's
Make
no
sure you
elevator.
Nope.
What
Sky
bullshit?
It is literally completely and utterly disconnected.
You can take spirit and that's it.
Led Zeppelin is going to be very unhappy that there is not a stairway to the heavens.
I was just thinking that.
All right, let's all kneel before the hippogriff. See
Oh,
we're
God.
worthy.
Let's kneel before this thing. Like I'm that looks like it's going straight to it.
That's a sky ship.
Bonza's over here like, peace, bitch.
I feel like Lausian's on this ship just fucking
That's his.
singing and piping. Like that's what's happened there, and he's flying straight to the top.
Singing and piping and tapping that ass. Lausian's living life right now.
Yeah, Laosi can't drive it though.
As the vampire, that he totally isn't.
Alright, so
So we want to call it there.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I vote.
That.
I feel like this is a
That'll
good
do it,
pause
Jake.
point,
That'll
Yep.
do.
Okay.
just for
Okay.
the fact that we're about to go and do a large thing of dialogue with Lausian, and then whatever happens from there. And on top of that, we're at, by my counter, 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So we'll
Boy.
call the session there.
Yeah, and that being said, we've had such a wonderful bit of exposition and traversing into the characters and the story a bit more than combat. May I be the first to congratulate everyone on
What?
What?
You,
You
What?
cut out.
you cut out on the last fucking word.
Oh,
It sounded
doesn't count.
it
On-
literally
on-
sounded like let me congratulate everyone on P, and I was like, wait, what?
congratulate everyone on reaching level.
You cut out on the
my
word
God.
3.
God, are you kidding me?
Just say the word 3.
Level 3. You're all level
Hey,
3.
There
Level
we
up.
go.
Oh god, that's
Whee!
gonna be a bitch.